Good morning from Kariega Game Reserve here in the Eastern Cape. Now, I'm so glad that you could join us for a little bit of escape to nature today. My name is Nick and I'll be your photo naturalist. We've started the day off here by Scotia Dam with good weather and a few zebras around. Just remember, this is a live and interactive safari, so if you've got any questions or any comments, send those bad boys in. We'd be more than happy to answer any of your questions and see what you'd potentially like to see. We are in a bit of a mission at the moment to try and connect as many people as possible with nature, so any donations are greatly appreciated. So we did have a bit of a monster storm roll in here yesterday. Humidity kind of skyrocketed throughout the day. And then sort of early afternoon, 3:30ish or so, the dark clouds started to move in. We had lots of lightning. And then we had some quite hard, intense rainfall. So there's even more surface water available now, which is really great to see. So the bush and the environment here is really getting a good push, a good nudge going, out of the summer season with all of this sort of late rainfall that we've been getting. It's been really nice to watch. So I'm sure these zebras are happy campers. And you can see everything looking lush, everything looking green. What a beautiful way to start our session of escape to nature here at Kariega. I can hear some cape turtle doves calling, there's a few canaries calling. Obviously now that the rains have come and they've gone, I expect a lot of our birds to be active today. Shouting to everybody, letting them know that they're still around, they've survived the evening storm. So I'd imagine we're going to get a good bit of activity today. So we do have blue skies, no clouds in the sky today, which is good. So I'd expect the temperatures to rise quite a lot, and you can see Scotia Dam's already producing a few goods here, quite a few different zebra individuals. Matt, good morning. Thanks for joining us here today. Yeah, hopefully we have an awesome day. I'm sure we will. We never know what to expect. The bush always produces a lot of different surprises. But I think to start off the day, my plan will be to kind of stick around here, Scotia Dam, a few of the surrounding mud wallows, have a look and see what comes. Obviously with that harder rain that we had last night, a lot of our different species that would usually kind of sleep, I think, in the middle of these clearings have maybe looked for a little bit of cover overnight. So I'm just scanning around here. I haven't been able to see any eland yet this morning. Our buffalo herd, that is usually quite a local feature of the landscape here, they've obviously moved off somewhere for a little bit of cover. Can't see any giraffe, so I'm sure as the morning progresses we'll get a few different individuals starting to come down, which is always a welcome surprise. I'm going to stick around Scotia Dam, see what these zebras get up to, but I think for now let's take a look at the weather from all our different locations. Yeah, so it definitely seems like warm temperatures again up in the Lowveld area there. And I'm sure it's going to be cooking here as well today. Time will tell, we'll wait and see, we'll see what comes. But it is nice and peaceful here today. All of the animals are going to have to start to do all of their territorial markings and things like that if they are a territorial species. Remember, these zebra that we're having a look at, not really so territorial in terms of land, in terms of area. You know, more stallions being territorial over mares and things like that. But as for something like our lions, they will have to move around their territory again, doing a whole lot of scent marking. Obviously our birds, they don't really scent mark, they don't urinate to let everybody know that this is their area. They'll vocalize, so we should hear a lot of bird calls as the morning continues. There was actually a pair of blacksmith lapwings that were kind of between me and the water not so long. They seem to have moved off for the moment. Oh, look at that, dwarfed by the zebra in the background. See, it's actually sitting down there. I wonder if there isn't potentially even a nest around there. We'll have a look and see how much it focuses around that spot there. But remember, in terms of the blacksmith lapwings, their nest is on the ground. It's more of like a scrape in the ground. It's not really like a prominent nest like when you look at an eagle or a weaver or something like that. So I'll have a look and see what this little lapwing gets up to. You can see the second one in the background there. So this is the pair that we're having a look at here. And if you've ever played golf here in South Africa, you'll know that these birds, they are your incentive to hit the ball straight, to not fade it or to not draw it. You know, often they do have their eggs kind of just on the first layer of the rough. And you hit your ball there, and obviously they want to protect their eggs because they don't have that very elaborate nest. You know, they rely on the camouflage of the eggs on the ground to protect those eggs. So the minute you do start walking a little bit closer to it, these birds really start dive bombing you, trying to chase you away from their nest. When I played around with my brother, he hit his ball into the rough. I mean, obviously I hit it in the fairway, just throwing it out there. And this black-footed lapwing was dive bombing him. Actually connected him on, hit him on his cap. He was wearing a cap. Gave him a brief little clap on the cap there. So relatively tenacious little birds. Crystal, good morning. I'm glad that I'm bringing you one of your favorite views here. It always is a lovely way to start the day. It's always so scenic here. It always looks so good. Nice, fresh green colors. And there's always some type of animal. There's always some type of species around here at Scotia Dam. So these zebras are kind of dominating the scene at the moment. Quite a lot of them around, even further to the west. Remember, there's that tree that's got sort of almost like an arc. A lot of zebra resting under there for a little bit of shade. I'll maybe pan across there just now. But I'm sure if we give it a little bit of time, a lot of our other species will start to move around and about. Yeah, it's quite understandable that if we've had a hard rain overnight, a lot of the animals will kind of, you know, take a while to get up from their slumber. There's no real rush to get up and move. So I'm going to stick around here at the dam, see what other species that we managed to see, and I think let's take you across now to Trishala in Okukuyo.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm so glad to be with you. It's me again, Trishala, and we are looking at Okukoya. You're going to have me today. Today's my last day to spend with you on the cams, and I'm very excited because even though it's a little unclear, I think we have a rhino that's come down to drink here at Okukoya. Oh, look at that. Oh, my goodness. This is very, very exciting for me. This is the first rhino I've seen at Okokoyo, and also it looks like a black rhino. So this is insane. I'm going to get a little bit closer so we can have a look at the lip, because that's going to be, oh, maybe a bit too close, Trishala. Okay, so there we go. We can have a quick look at the lip. Look at that lip, it's hooked. So that's a defining feature, one thing that's very easy to pick up with a black rhino, and quite different to what we with the white rhino, which has a very square lip. Oh, this is amazing. Now, up in the Sabi Sand, where so much of us, or so many of us, spend time, we don't see black rhino. I mean, when I say we don't see them, doesn't mean that they don't exist in the area. I remember going on a bushwalk, and it was with Herbie, if you guys remember Herbie, and he had seen this type of plucking on a bush that to him said there are black rhino here, or there was a black rhino here. So it's very possible that they are around, but we might not see them. Definitely not common, especially in the Sabi Sand or in Djuma or the northern Sabi Sand. White rhino, a lot more common. Oh, look at this beauty. Now that specialized lip, the one that told Herbie that, hey, this could be a black rhino, that makes sense because that lip is specialized to be able to pluck leaves, so there's a lot more browsing going on, as opposed to a white rhino who is grazing. So they've got that nice wide lips, or a wide mouth with these hard lips for plucking grass. Absolutely amazing. This is so exciting for me. Just amazing. Hi, Solomon. You would like to know what type of habitat do black rhinos like? There are areas in which black rhinos and white rhinos will be in a similar area because they're both open to being in bushland, grassland and savanna. They both do okay in arid areas. Let's just catch up with this. Come on. There he goes. So there's a whole lot of variety of habitats that both the rhinos can exist in as long as their primary food source is there. So obviously with a white rhino, because they're grazers, they're going to prefer grassland, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to exist in savannas or basically anywhere where there's going to be some grass. The same goes with black rhino. Just because they are browsers doesn't mean that they're not going to exist in grassland that has some shrubland around. So there's a variety of habitats that a black rhino will occupy. But areas with nice thickets. So, for example, so just to make the distinction, thickets are kind of, you see what we see up to the right there. Very spindly, kind of woody, low-lying vegetation. But it's not soft. So those kinds of thickets have good foliage for a black rhino, where that's not the type of thing that a white rhino is going to be interested in at all. And so black rhinos are able to persist in slightly more arid areas, and also remember that black rhinos are known to take advantage of euphorbias. So those are the succulents that you get in, particularly in Albany thicket areas, but basically any arid environment. We've got some giraffe way off in the distance as well. Isn't this fantastic? Oh my goodness. Now, often we're told that, or you often hear that black rhinos have smaller horns than white rhinos, and that's not true. Oh, Catherine, you say I've made your day? Black rhinos are so special. They are so special. And Catherine, I am so envious of people that get to see them often and get to see them in person. I've never seen a black rhino in real life. You know what I mean? I mean, in person. I've seen them through the cams, but not in real life. So this is really, really cool for me. And I'm really glad that I could have brought you this bit of joy this morning. Now, I was saying just about the horns before it moves off and might get a little too far for us to witness or to watch, is that we're often told that black rhino have these smaller horns than white rhino, and that's not true. In fact, sometimes they both have 2 horns, and the ones of white rhino are wider, they're thicker, and black rhino's horns are a little thinner, but they're just as tall, sometimes a little taller, and possibly by weight they are lighter than a white rhino's, but it's not something you can use to identify them. You can't really just say, well, black rhinos have smaller horns. And often the second horn is quite long. also. Whereas with the white rhino, the second horn, the one that's a little bit further up, that second horn is a little bit shorter, more stubby. Oh, look at this guy. He's gone into that little thicket there. Nice bit of shade for you. Now, if I were a rhino, in fact, if I was any animal, in fact, if I was just me out in Etosha at Okokoyo, and I knew that, my goodness, it's going to be a really hot day and it's an arid environment, this is where I would be. Finding a bit of shade. You can just kind of see him or her moving about there. I think it might take a seat, and if it does, that's going to be fantastic for us because it means we can keep an eye on that little thicket. Oh, Crystal. Hi, Crystal. You say you love hearing my voice. Oh, why, thank you. Crystal, I can't tell what the rhino's age is. Just in general, it's a difficult thing to do if you have no idea of the size of the rhino. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell at all, Crystal. And that's apart from the fact that it's not, extremely clear. But if we wanted to age a rhino, whether it's a black rhino or a white rhino, we'd want to look at the body size. But I don't like that because when we look at body size, it means nothing unless we are able to compare it to something. So if there's a rhino on its own or a giraffe on its own, whatever it is, if you're not experienced with that animal and you haven't spent a lot of time with animals of different sizes, and you're not close enough to be able to make a comparison in your mind, then it's kind of doesn't make sense. It's not very useful. Now, if we had multiple rhinos together, then we could be able to tell, this one's smaller than that one, this one looks a little bit wider. Those kinds of things could help us out. The other thing is to look at horn growth. But again, if we are not there in person, it makes it very, very difficult. Unfortunately, rhinos don't have, and I mean like most mammals, don't have some kind of feature that only comes up at a certain age. Like you sometimes see that in reptiles and birds, which obviously makes aging much easier. I'm just keeping us on this side so that we can still see that thicket, although I don't think the rhino is going to come back out for us to look. Oh my goodness. Catherine, I love hearing these stories. Catherine says that she once spent a night at the waterhole. And 7 black rhinos were in that area, and one came quite close to her as well. Catherine, that's excellent. That is an excellent time to be able to age them. But I'm pretty sure that in the evening and being absolutely bowled over by the beauty of these animals, you weren't paying too much attention to, what is the age of this animal? It's always like that. The first time we get this incredible experience, it's really hard to try to collect data on an animal because it's such a very deep experience. It kind of goes through you. And I love that. And it's also why, when I return to the reserves on the first day that I'm there, I don't like to try and look for particular sightings or to, focus on anything specific. I like to just drive around because on that first day, you're reabsorbing what it is to be immersed in nature at that time. So I like to do that. And the first time you have an incredible experience like yours, Catherine, I think the best way to go about it is to just be present. That sounds fantastic. Now our giraffe are taking their time. Hi, Rage Bear. You say you enjoy watching this waterhole at night. I'm sure that there's a lot going on at this waterhole at night. It's a really I mean, if it's and obviously, Rage Bear, you are very much into animals and wildlife, and it's just something. If anybody else is interested, it's really awesome if you're watching different cams across the country or the continent or even across the world, but to look at different environments, because then you get to see a whole different kind uh, of flora and fauna and ecosystem. And then on top of that, the added layer of watching those cams at night or during the day. I always feel like during the day there's one type of bush, and at night something different happens. Which is also why even when we go out on sunset safari, there's this switch that happens. You know, for the first couple hours you're in the daylight, things are predictable for that time. And then once the night sets in, the sun sets, gets dark, it almost feels like I've started a completely new game drive, because who knows what will happen. And I guess also, you know, your senses are compromised. You can't see very well. Sound seems to come from all directions because the air is cool, and so sound is moving further. So everything is a little bit mysterious, and I love that. Whew, this waterhole never disappoints. There's always something coming down, but I think seeing the black rhino was, for this hour at least, or for this half an hour, goodness, it's been the top sighting. I also really enjoy this idea of, I mean, I think it's very, very important that people spend time in nature and, you know, spend real time as in actually be in a natural space with wildlife, because I think it's important for us as human beings, as a species, on our own, but it's also important for education and for experience, because you can read about things, you can watch things, but it's not the same as being there. And I think that, you know, hearing Catherine's story about this black rhino, I can just almost feel how she must have felt during that encounter. But at the same time, oh, Catherine says she even got to see a calf suckling. Catherine, I can just imagine how you must have felt. Yeah, I think it's very important to have that kind of experience in your life. But at the same time, I think it's really important to limit how much of that impacts the wildlife. And so being able to watch uh, wildlife, wild spaces, animals from a distance and do so every day is just, it's amazing. It allows you to bring nature into your life no matter where you are, no matter what your financial situation could be, because it is really expensive to experience these things. So being able to do it through your computer or TV is also very, very, very valuable. But I think you must, at least once, come and see it for yourself. I see a big Ellie bull coming down. Goodness, Okokoyo. Could you get any better? Looks like our Gemsbok here in the water has one normal horn and a half a horn. Gosh, it's all happening here at Okokoyo this morning. So much going on. Gosh, this elephant bull. We were talking about being able to judge size and how it kind of means nothing if there's nothing else around to judge against. But Look at how far that elephant bull is. It's coming from the right there. It's just moving into the middle of your image. Look how large those ears are. This looks like a big bull. But again, that comes from experience of watching elephants a lot on remote cams like this. And so I'm able to judge the size of the elephant much better than I'm able to judge the size of a black rhino through remote cams, because I haven't seen a lot of them on remote cams. But elephants, very often. Can we just talk about the species diversity that we have here right now? And just from what we can see, because there's plenty of birds flying around. I see some movement at the edge of the waterhole as well. And if we get too close, it gets quite blurry. So we're going to stay like this, but there's definitely a whole lot of birds around. But let's focus on this mammal diversity that we have at the moment. I see a wildebeest, blue wildebeest. We saw the gemsbok, it's still kind of there. Springbok, zebra, giraffe, big elephant bull. What else? I mean, I would like to hope that that black rhino is still under that bit of thicket there. 7 mammal species, all just in one scene. Oh, Max. Max said, what about the white-necked raven and the grebe? Max, we're talking about mammal diversity. We'll do birds in a bit. I love it when the directors get excited about things, because it's much like when we get excited about things too. You know, and you're like, oh, what about this? What about this? And then we forget that we're talking about something specific, but I love it. It just reminds me how infectious the excitement of being in the presence of wildlife and being able to watch and speak and learn about wildlife, how exciting that is. Hi, Bundu Bash. Oh, I know all about Bundu Bashing. Bundu Bash, you say, wow, Trishana, it's live with activity on your bucket list. Yes, you must. It is, it's incredible. And we spoke about this yesterday. This is the predictability of having a water hole in an arid area. Oh, here he comes. When you say reading the Bush newspaper on the first day, are you reading the Bush newspaper? Am I reading the Bush newspaper? All these animals are certainly reading the Bush newspaper. There'll be so many sights and sounds and smells going on at the moment that every one of these animals that we see, or every one of these mammals rather that we see, will know who's been at this waterhole. We'll know if there's the scent of predators around. The zebras will know individuals that they've smelt in and around this area and know that they're close by. Wildebeest, individuals from their herd, maybe it's a territorial male. Or 2 territorial males there, because they kind of met and then they split. Everyone is aware of what's been going on around them, particularly from a species perspective. Yes, the zebras know that the wildebeest have been around, but also from an individual perspective. The wildebeest know which other wildebeest have been around. The same for the gemsbok, the same for the zebra. But this elephant, who's walking with such purpose and sagacity, it is just something to behold. But this elephant not only knows which other elephants have been around here from scent, maybe even sight. Maybe he's seen some others on the other side on his way through. Not only that, but he can probably hear them. Not only with audible sound, as in sound that we can hear, but also infrasonically. I'm just going to move across a little bit. Of course, he changes direction. Oh, Gympie, what a story. So Gympie says that he had once come across some rhinos. I hope that I can remember all of this. It's quite a long story, but they had come across some black rhinos, and one of the black rhinos, or it was a male, and he had a female in estrus. And sorry, I'm just watching this guy. So the black rhino had actually, I guess, mock charged them essentially if he didn't make contact for about 40 minutes because he's trying to protect his estrus female. That is quite a standoff. Sorry, Gympie's whole story could not fit. Oh, there we go. He's trying to protect his estrus female. And also because competition is fierce. So black rhinos are responsible for the most mortal combat within the species. So I don't mean the very popular game, which I used to love as a child, but I mean as in fighting to the death. Black rhinos can be very aggressive, and they often do fight to the death, especially males who are trying to guard females in estrus. There we go. Thank you for stopping, buddy. Premature, my thanks. Sorry if you can hear the clicking of my laptop there, of my trackpad. Now there's a couple things, so here there's a couple things I'm looking for in terms of how I know that he's a big older bull. When I say he's an older bull, he might still, I mean, it's hard to tell because I can't see the depressions in his head very clearly, but he looks really big. Now there's a couple things I'll look for when I think about, if I can't judge size properly because there's nothing next to him, look at how large and thick his penis sheath is. So his penis is not out, but the sheath is, I mean, just girthy. Definitely, it looks like he's got a little bag hanging there. And those are not his testes, that's just his penis sheath. Now, I wish you could see what I was doing with my hands, which you cannot, but I'm sure you would laugh. Anyway, then there's also the distance between his tusks. So can you see the top of his trunk, where it originates between his tusks, is really thick, noticeably thick. So that's telling me that this is an old boy. When I say he's an old boy, I mean that he's probably in his prime. He's not older. He doesn't look to be older than, say, 30, 35. I mean, out in the wild, that's a pretty good age. Elephants, depending on a few things, out in the wild, not in captivity, you're looking at an age of about 60, 65. But in the 50s, probably a little bit more common, especially if it depends on what diet they've been eating and how their teeth have eroded away. So this guy looks great. You can also see that he has got a bit of experience under his belt. His tusks, at least one of them, was broken. And another thing to look for is how thick the tusks are. But as elephant bulls age, the distance between the eyes and the distance between the tusks becomes wider and wider. So if you touch your eyes, right, and imagine that if you had tusks, they were originating from the corners of your mouth. So if that gets wider and wider, and the part in the middle is not, then you end up with this hourglass shape. And so the more hourglassy shape you have, with an elephant bull, not for you, the older this bull is, because the distance between the eyes keeps getting wider and wider, and the distance between the tusks keep getting wider and wider. Now look how he's come all the way round to this space instead of coming straight across from the direction he was coming in and drinking there. He's come around to this spot. This spot obviously has this type of water that he wants. And we've seen before that the water here, when the zebras were kicking it up, has quite a bit of sediment. So this spot here must have slightly cleaner water. Anyway, let me send you across to Nick in Kariga. He's also got an elephant bull.
Okay, I think the relevant term is I had an elephant bull. You can just see him walking away there. So he was significantly smaller than the one at Okukuyo. But hey, we're not going to discriminate against the guy. But there's a lovely scene of impala that we've got here. Yeah, how's that for a view? Not too shabby, not too bad. So I am just keeping my eye out for any other elephants. You could see that one that we just had a glimpse of. He was quite a small chap. I'd maybe put him at just over 20 years. Remember, elephants living to 60, 65 years. And there is a good chance that there might be one or two more elephants around. There is a little bit of a ridge line, a little bit of a crest just on my left. And I can't, from this angle, I'm a bit lower down. I can't see over the other side. So I might see if I can potentially drive up that crest just now. Just have a look and see if there aren't any bigger bulls. Remember that big bull who's got the one tusk that we've seen a few times? This is one of the areas that he loves to move around. So I've come a little bit further west now from the Scotia Dam. I've come to one of the areas known as Gora. And this is one of the particular favorite areas for that older bull. There's a lot of a sort of a combination of sort of habitats, and you know, you can really see we've got the thicker areas down on the bottom of the valleys, and here closer to the top it's nice and open. So lots of nice grasses to be feeding on for, I guess, both our elephants and the impala that we're having a look at here. Impala having a little morning feeding session with a view in the background. Nothing wrong with that. They've got their agenda right. Crystal, might have been a short glimpse, but I'm glad that you did get to see him. He looked to actually be on a mission because he was in this open area. He had stopped to feed, and then all of a sudden he just started moving, and obviously he was moving downhill. You know, when elephants walk downhill, they've got that very like lumbering way that they walk. Their head kind of just bobs from side to side. I wouldn't say it's graceful, it's more of a lumbering type of walk that they do, which was pretty cool to see. And he obviously realized we were just about to go live and just snuck off. But you win some, you lose some. You can see this Nyala is really enjoying the morning sun that we've got lying down in the center there, back towards the sun, so the sun is not in her eyes. Remember, we have had lots of rain last night. lightning, thunder, there was a wind that kicked up as well. So this is a complete turnaround of weather. So I think she's really just enjoying this beautiful weather that we've got today. And remember, with impala being mixed feeders, this is a good place for them to be. You know, they've got the grasses in the foreground that they could potentially look to feed on. And then there are also obviously the thickets that we can see in the back, where they can kind of oscillate between the two. So similar to the elephant that we saw, more in the summertime months, impalas will tend to feed more on grasses when they're nice and green, nutrient rich. And as the seasons start to shift, start to change, and the nutrients kind of start to leave the grasses as they brown out, as they dry out, as impala will shift to feeding on the leaves and some of the thickets and things like that.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
But it's a good thing there is such a good grass covering in the area here. You know, obviously with the hard rain that we had last night, all of this grass is going to help to slow down the flow of that rain off of the surface here. You know, you can imagine if there was no grass cover with a hard sort of torrential downpour, there would be a lot of runoff, and that's obviously not what you want. You know, that runoff is causing minor parts of erosion, I guess. You know, in an area where there is no grass, it's going to be quite detrimental. You know, it's going to take all of that topsoil off, it's going to take all of those nutrients with it. So grasses like this, obviously it's good for the animals to feed on, but it's beneficial to the environment in terms of slowing down the movement of that water. You know, obviously we do have lots of very steep slopes here at Kariega. Looks like this female's on a mission. She knows where she wants to go. I think she's off to join the rest of the herd. Everybody's gone out of sight now. So I think that's where she's off to. And there she goes. She melts into the distance there, into the bush. But what a view. Nothing wrong with that. Clear skies. Temperatures are warming up. This is going to be another cooker of a day, I think. You can really see some of the habitat that we've got here. Kind of on the left-hand side of the frame in the distance there. You can see right at the bottom of the valley how it opens up a lot down there. Jack, 100%. I'm glad that we can show you a little bit of the Kariega habitats and landscape here. So you can see very varied. You know, it kind of oscillates largely between some open clearings right at the tops of the ridges where we are now. You can see some steep ravines and things like that going down there. All of those trees that have got that sort of greyish coloured sheen to them, remember those are our river euphorbia trees, so there's plenty of those around here. When you kind of glance over at the landscape generally, you can see that's arguably one of the more predominant trees that we do have growing here. And almost like a cactus-like looking tree. If you've never seen a river euphorbia, almost cactus looking. You think of sort of the low veld in places like that, you won't get this river euphorbia, you'll more than likely get a candelabra euphorbia, so different species of euphorbia. Remember all of our euphorbia trees having that sort of milky latex. I'm glad that we could show you a little bit of the landscape here. I think about talking about landscape trees and habitats and things like that. Let's take you across to Djuma and see what they've got there.
No, I thought we were looking at some brown-headed parrots, or at least that's what I was looking at. But, oh, okay. We will look at the view. It seems that I'm unable to, okay, not sure what's happening, but it's okay. We are in Djuma. First time we're visiting Djuma this morning. Okay, let's head over to Okokoyo. Oh, and still a fantastic scene. We've got this elephant in the water here. Now, those brown-headed parrots, that would have been really nice to show you too, and I hope that we will be able to in a bit. But if not, that's fine too, because I'm utterly excited about the fact that we have this Eli and so much else going on at Okokoyo. You can see that he's spending quite a lot of time at the waterhole, and elephants are very, very water dependent. They will drink very often, and their movements are almost always associated with searching for water. In fact, you know, we touched on this a little bit earlier as well. Elephants like fresh, clean water. They'll often dig near the water table to get nice fresh water to come up from the ground. We see lots of holes in drainage lines and riverbeds during the drier season, where they try and get nice clean water instead of the muddy, sediment-filled water that you often get during the dry season, because, you know, there's a whole lot of evaporation taking place. But elephants can also, so we're kind of merging two things that we talked about. We spoke about the fact that they want nice clean water, and that they are water dependent. And then earlier we also touched on the communication. So I said when we were talking about how the Bush newspaper that Ray had brought up and everyone communicating in their own way and picking up sense, I also spoke about this elephant probably communicating infrasonically with other elephants around. So when elephants communicate infrasonically, they're communicating at a frequency that is inaudible to us. So our audible range is between 20 hertz and about 20,000 hertz. For an elephant, the infrasonic communication is happening somewhere between 13 hertz and about 25 hertz. So sometimes we can feel that communication, as in it may feel like how it feels when there's thunder, almost like pressure in the air. It feels bassy, but you can't hear anything. You're not listening to a sound. So when they're communicating like that, the sound waves are very long. Okay, separate subject. I get so excited when I talk about elephant communication. But anyway, because elephants can communicate in these lower frequencies that we can't hear, they also need to be able to hear the lower frequencies. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. You have to have something that's putting out these frequencies and something that's receiving it. So they can also hear those low frequencies, which also means that they can often listen to thunderstorms. And thunderstorms bring rain. So elephants have been recorded to move in the direction of rain before we even know that rain is coming. So, a couple days before rain is predicted in a spot. So perhaps rain is predicted and right here at Okokoyo, 5 kilometers away from Okokoyo, there could be elephants that will suddenly start to move in this direction because they can hear the frequency of the storms before we can. And they will rush and make their way to the spot where they think the storm is going to come. And it's not like they're, pondering, thinking, oh, I heard this deep rumble. Perhaps the storm is going to be here. They're just following the rumbles. They don't know where they're going to end up. They're just following that sound. And I think that speaks to how important water is in their lives. This waterhole looks like a mirror right now, and I'm sure the temperature must have really picked up since we started. When that first bit of the morning, there's still a little bit of relief from the sun, but when you're out there, and I'm sure, any of the guides will tell you, but most recently I was in Karitha, so Nick will be able to tell you. That first kind of, when the sunrise safari ends, what is it, at 8:30 South African time, things are still, it's heating up, but it's still bearable. And then somehow that hour preceding it, things just get a little bit hot, hectic. So I'm sure it's no different here in Etosha. If anything, it might be getting hot a lot earlier. And, when there's a lot of heat, there's not too much activity. We've learned, especially if we're in the Sabi Sand a lot of the time, which I had spent a lot of my time there guiding, we don't really have arid environment animals. No eland, no springbok that don't mind being out, or gemsbok don't mind being out in the arid environment when it's really, really hot. So for us in the Sabi Sand, in the middle of the day, it's kind of like, great time for birding. Birds are going to be playing in the water, bathing, feeding, not too much calling going on, but definitely a lot of bathing and feeding. So it's great for birding in the middle of the day, and great for elephants in the middle of the day, because they're going to be at the water or trying to get to water whenever, doesn't matter what time of the day. But in an area like here, where these animals are very well adapted to these conditions, we see them frequenting this area very often, regardless of the time of day or the sun, really. Obviously, if it's too intense, they will try to seek cover or sometimes be very still. Notice how the side on which this elephant bull is vacant of any of the other animals. Now, that's not because the bull is going to be dangerous to any of these animals. It's just a matter of personal space, if I could say that, a buffer zone. Now, elephants can be a little bit unpredictable. They can be a little bit irritable. And so look at him. The springbok's come on this side now. He's curious. And he could, if he's irritable, chase the springbok, because sometimes elephants just get a bee in their bonnet about things. Now he's looking very fashionable with his boots. Yes, you do. Benji, that's an excellent question. Benji, you'd like to know if he would get possessive over this waterhole? He could, but it's unlikely that he would, unless there are no other water sources around. And remember, we already spoke about how they can follow the rains, the storms, and they're looking for good water all the time. Oh, look at that. How wasteful these other arid environment animals must be thinking. What a prolonged urination. Look, I can look at the Gemsbok. He's looking at him like, hey, that's a lot of waste going on there. So animals like Gemsbok and Springbok, Eland, their concentration of their urine is well, it's quite concentrated. They don't urinate too often. So, sorry, Benji, I got distracted by him peeing in his fashionable boots. But he could become possessive of this waterhole if it begins to dry up, and if it's the only water source that he's got. Usually, though, with a big bull like this, in fact with any adult elephant, you don't see it as much. You see it with younger elephants, younger bulls, younger cows, things like that, where they can't seem to move far enough. Where they can become quite possessive, especially these adolescent bulls. They can chase other animals around and things like that. But remember, elephants are not territorial, so it's not as if this waterhole is in his territory and he's going to defend it against other elephants and other species because it's a precious resource. Elephants have the benefit of really moving around a lot, being able to hear thunderstorms coming, and being able to dig for water in drainage lines, but also, sorry, just got a little bit distracted there. Also, they've got excellent memory and experience when it comes to where resources are located. And so they will think about it. Where did I find water that last time when there was no water around? And remember, if they're long-lived animals, so years and years and years go by where they've experienced periods of drought, periods of heavy rains, in between periods, all of those things. And so they can remember that last time when it was really, really dire, where did we find water? And we'll return there. So while it's possible for him to become possessive, it's not really necessary, because he can find water pretty much anywhere, I would think. Anyway, let me send you over to Nick. He is doing some birding, so I hope that bird hasn't flown away.
Okay, well, nice to see that our South African shelducks and Egyptian geese are not getting possessive over their waterhole. A little bit different to the shelducks and the geese at Scotia Dam. I feel like there's an eternal rivalry going on between those two. You can see the Egyptian geese are the two that we have on the left hand side there. And then one of the shelducks is on the right, and then you should see the second one popping into the frame soon enough. So I mean, in terms of body size and composition and things like that, the shelducks and the geese are quite similar in terms of the way that they look. But remember, there's going to be differences in the color of the head and things like that. So the Egyptian goose have got mostly that kind of stock standard colored head, you know, uniform really. And then the shelducks, so there's actually a difference between the male and the female. The male, he will have more of that colored grayish colored head, and the female right at the back there, she's got more of that whitish colored head. So it's really nice to be able to get them side by side like this to, you know, really have a good chance to ID them in the same frame. And like I said, really nice to see them so peaceful and kind of getting on with each other. I feel like in terms of the specific waterhole where they are, not nearly as big as Scotia Dam. And 100%, it is an absolutely lovely day here at Kariega. It could only really get better after the conditions that we had yesterday afternoon. But no, it is lovely. Sun's coming out. There's a small little puff of a breeze every now and then, but it's actually quite delightful, if anything else. So you can see that goose on the left there, really putting its head under the water, trying to find if there's any little bits of plant matter that it can feed on. So I can definitely see one or two little bits of vegetation in the water. It definitely looks like, compared to Scotia Dam, there's going to be less sort of plant life in the water here for these geese and the ducks to feed on. But really nice to see them getting on with each other. You know, we've talked quite a bit about the rivalry and the dive bombing going on between the shelducks and the geese. Tamsin, yeah, yes and no. So remember, in terms of nesting sites, shelducks, they nest underground. So they're not going to be scraping and building that nest from scratch. You know, you look at the structure of their feet, it's webbed obviously to help them swim and things like that. So often where they'll nest is disused warthog burrows or aardvark diggings, which is really interesting, you know. So they might kind of move out some of the, you can see a whole lot of sacred ibis coming to fly in now. Here we go, look at that. So those shelducks might dig out some of the dirt and things like that from the burrow and kind of just remove that. Hey, look at that, our shelduck getting a bit territorial. But yeah, from scratch it won't be them who's doing the actual digging and things like that. It's a nice little bit of birding that we've got going on here. Yeah, here comes round two. So remember, that's the female shelduck, that one there with the white head. And really nice to get those sacred ibis there as well. Look how sort of glistening those ibis look. You know, now that we've got a bit of sunlight out, they've obviously done a little bit of preening this morning, because I'm sure their feathers would have been a little bit wet from yesterday. So they're really looking in good condition, nice and clean, nice little bit of a reflection that we can see as well.
Thanks to our wonderful Wild Earth explorers, Wild Earth Kids is back. Your monthly subscriptions have allowed us to relaunch Wild Earth Schools on a weekly basis. Wednesday, March 29th will be the first session back, and then after that, every Wednesday for the first hour of the Sunset Safari. Sign your class up for a special virtual field trip to Africa, because touching the lives of the future protectors of our Earth really matters.
Let's have a look and see if we can see any of these other ibis, what they're up to here. You can see there's shelducks and more ibis at the back. Oh, look at that lovely little preening session going on from everybody. So not surprising that they are doing so much preening given the weather that we did have yesterday. This little female shelduck's a little bit of a territorial thing. Very interesting how it's so accepting of those Egyptian geese being here, but the minute that these sacred ibis have made an appearance, she's flying around chasing them. And it's only her. The male shelduck's not doing that. The two Egyptian geese are quite happily kind of doing their own thing as well. But I must say, even though she is a little bit feisty, I am a fan of her plumage. Look how cool she looks with that sort of chestnut coloured feathers on the body then, and that very striking white head. And shelducks are also not a species of bird that I've spent all too much time with before coming across here to Kariega. So largely a lot of the areas where I've spent a lot of my time is north coast sort of the Zululand area and then of the Lowveld, and not birds that you find all too often in those areas. And I really enjoy the call of these shelducks. Remember, they've got that very characteristic type of honk. Graham, yeah, 100% I agree with you. It is a lovely spot here. The colours of all of the birds and even just of the whole environment here. It's beautiful. And very peaceful as well. So I had come to this waterhole just to double check if there weren't any elephants here. Remember, we did have that young bull earlier, and I talked about there's a good chance of other elephants in the area. So I came here to have a look, and unfortunately there's tracks of other elephants, but they've gone down into the thickets, so we won't be able to see them. But still, nonetheless, it's lovely to just spend a bit of time with all of these birds here. See our sacred ibis here actually doing a little bit of wading, which is quite nice now. France, I've never seen a fatal fight between any species of ducks or geese or anything like that. I guess for them, they don't really want to get injured if they can help it. Largely you'll see more sort of serious fights, within the species, shelduck to shelduck and goose to goose. But I mean, sometimes you do see some feathers flying and things like that, as they do get a little bit cranky. Yeah, and I'm really just enjoying spending a bit of time at this waterhole with these birds here. As the temperature does increase, there is a chance of other species coming down as well. Potentially some impalas, maybe even a nyala. Wouldn't say no to any of those elephants coming down either. But it is nice that no other animals are here for the moment, because it really is allowing all of these different bird species to move wherever they want and do whatever they like to do. You can kind of imagine if something big like an elephant did come down here, all of the birds wouldn't be scattered all over the waterhole like this. If the elephant is here where these sacred ibis are, probably all the birds would shift to the other side of the dam. They don't want to be around such a big, large-bodied animal if they can help it. And if you look carefully, that sacred ibis on the left, if you look just inside the water, there's a small little patch of mud. And sitting on top of that little patch of mud is a terrapin. Don't know if you can all see that. He's facing to the left. And he's just doing a little bit of sun tanning there, soaking up the sun. I know all of you guys are super vigilant and very sharp at spotting things, so I've got to be on my toes here. I've got to make sure I'm spotting everything that you're seeing. But you can see, obviously, for these sacred ibis with that very long beak that they've got, they're going to use that to try and probe into some of those softer soils there. You can see how they're just kind of skirting the fringe of the water all the way around. A different tactic to the ducks. The ducks have got a very different shaped beak, so they're not really probing deep into the ground. They're gathering a lot of that plant material and sifting through it and choosing what they want. So obviously different shaped beaks lending to different types of foods that they're eating and different types of feeding habitats. I'm going to stick around here for a while longer, see what ends up happening here, but I think for now let's take you across to Okukuyo. It sounds like Trisha's got a few giraffes.
To be. Bending down to drink is a compromising position to be in. And even though none of these animals that are close to it are a threat in any way, it's sort of a very instinctual thing to be particularly careful around water holes. So it's going to need some time to warm up. Almost ready. See how it bobs its head down and then picks it up again to look around. Then we spread the front legs once we're ready, of course. So they're splayed. Any little sound will distract it and pick its head right up. So it's got to be very, very sure that it's safe before it dips down. Oh, there we go. Hi Pauline, you'd like to know if any other animals use infrasonic communication? Yeah, in fact, a lot of animals use infrasonic communication because, I mean, it's only called infrasonic because of us, right? Only because it's beyond our threshold, or below our threshold rather. If it was beyond our threshold, it would be hypersonic. So that's things like what bats would use, really high-pitched sounds. So the only reason it's called, we give them these names is because it's out of our hearing range. So many animals can communicate below our hearing range and above our hearing range. Giraffes are a good example of that. Giraffes communicate infrasonically. Elephants communicate infrasonically, but all of them will have their own bracket, their own frequency of sound that fits in the infrasonic range. Again, that infrasonic range only constructed by us, really. Many, many animals, and a lot of the time we don't know which animals do, because we'd have to test the hearing range of basically too many animals. But there are many, many animals that will communicate. As long as an animal can produce a sound and have the equipment, so that being, the vocal equipment to be able to produce very low or very high frequency sound, and the equipment to receive it, then there's nothing stopping them from doing it. I mean, it's been theorized that communication like that might happen across almost every animal kingdom. Whether it's from tapping, I'm not sure if that was Gina or Venus. I'm sure I'll find out just now. Oh, Venus. Hi, Venus. What a lovely name. You say it's like these giraffes are polite and waiting their turn. Kind of like that, like anxious polite. you know, when you're super anxious about creating a good impression and you're extra polite, but actually you're just dying inside because you're trying to make sure you don't do anything wrong, or in the case of a giraffe, you're hoping that you don't get eaten or nobody tries to distract you, and it just comes off like you looking super polite. When you're in their presence and you watch them, it does look, I mean, they look like a bundle of anxiety around a waterhole. I feel very bad for them sometimes. But it's also a good sign. Like if a giraffe is comfortable enough to bend down and drink, something that actually doesn't happen very often if you're parked next to a waterhole. You have to be really, really aware of your movements and your sounds to get a giraffe to be comfortable enough to drink near a waterhole. It's only happened to me a couple of times. I mean, if you're parked far away, it's fine, like on a dam wall or something. But if you're parked like in the middle of a dam wall and the dam wall is quite close to the dam, like very against it. So if you're at the end of the dam walls, yeah, you know, there's still a bit of distance. But if you're in the very middle, the dam is right there, you have to be very quiet. Don't speak, don't move, and be very patient. And the giraffe might bend down to take a drink. Now I've tried, yeah, I don't have a very long lens on my camera, but I mean, it's good enough. And I've tried to be very patient, make not a sound, have the camera in my hand, make sure everything's ready to go. And the giraffe has bent down. And then I pick up my camera, and like, you know, there's a little, you know, what you call it, like a little tag with a little plastic bit, and sometimes it's at the end where you could put a strap or whatever. It's like a little placeholder, and that thing just gently knocks the camera and it makes a slight sound, and the giraffe's head is up. So it takes a lot of patience if you want that photo. It seems like they have managed to regulate the anxiety and they're very, very relaxed now and they're having a nice drink. So many giraffes too. I was quite lucky recently in Kariga. So there's the Kariga River and a couple of the tributaries in the drainage in the whole system. So I was passing one of the drainage lines and I passed a little tributary, and it wasn't very deep, maybe, you know, knee deep for me, which is not very tall. And there was a giraffe standing in the middle of that little stream. It was something that you don't see very often. Not at all. They will always prefer to be in an area where they can see everything that's going on and they can escape quite quickly if they need to. But I guess it was shallow enough for them to be comfortable. And they were kind of like ankle deep into the water. And even when I stopped to look at them, they were very comfortable. But I must say that in general, the giraffes at Kariga are very, very relaxed. And you know, you go to different reserves and the animals will behave differently. Giraffes can sometimes be very nervous, other times be very relaxed. Same with elephants. The elephants in the Sabi Sand are just wonderful. Really lovely and relaxed. Same for the elephants in Kariga. But if you go to an area like, say, the Kruger, elephants are not that relaxed. And can depend on so many things. It can depend on their health, the resources, any kind of shortage that they're facing, and it can also very much depend on the guide's behavior and the behavior of the people that come to view them. Some more giraffe have come to join now, and a whole lot of zebra too. Not forgetting the springbok, of course. Huh. That's an interesting question. Rachel, you say that you've heard of giraffes fainting. Have I seen that? No, I haven't seen this. But I think it's also something I've never heard of, but I think I can figure out where it's come from. Because there's a whole lot of, so firstly they've got this long neck, there's blood in the head. When they put the head down, blood is going to rush to the head. When they pick the head up, blood is going to rush away from the head. So for us, if we had that amount of movement of blood and we were that large, we'd be out in no time. I mean, even as we are now. And the average dimensions of a human, if you are upside down for too long, you suddenly lift your head up, you're going to pass out. And that's because there's a sudden increase and then a sudden loss of blood and therefore oxygen in your brain. And so for a giraffe, when they're putting their head down, the head is filling up with blood and also the pressure. So for us, it's also pressure changes. And so they're almost going to double the amount of pressure in their head. And then when they pick up their head, all the blood is, draining out, and then the pressure is going to change as well. And if pressure gets too low, that's when you usually would pass out. For prolonged periods, then you're not getting enough oxygen, etc. But giraffes won't get woozy. Their bodies are very well adapted to the movement of their head up and down. Because remember, they're not only moving their head very low for drinking, but also for feeding. The big thing with drinking, though, is that's the only time they're going to put their head all the way down to reach the ground. But they have special valves and blood vessels around, just kind of at the base of the neck, the base of the head where it joins the neck, that are kind of one-way valves. So it makes sure that you don't get this rushing of the blood to and from the head. So they're not going to get woozy and dizzy and faint. Now, whether the fainting that you've heard of is from another cause, like, I don't know, a sick giraffe or something like that, I mean, that could be possible, but it's definitely not something that's usual. It's not something we see. But I can see where it comes from, because with us, if we had that kind of pressure change, blood capacity change, oxygen change in our brains, we would pass out. So maybe it's kind of just a bit of a rumor that's come about as a result of knowing the mechanics of our own body and applying it to a giraffe. But we don't have these kind of one-way valves that giraffes have in their blood vessels around that area. And they're specifically to prevent that kind of thing from happening. Now remember that they also have really large hearts. So our hearts are not able to keep up with the pumping if we were inverted and all this blood was rushing to our head and then rushing out. But giraffes have really, really large hearts. So that helps them to keep up the blood pressure that they need to, and they've also got quite thick skin, kind of like compression socks on the legs, that help them to keep up the blood pressure so that they can get to the brain and it's not getting lost and causing them to faint. Anyway, let me send you back over to Nick in Kariega. I'm going to keep on watching and see who else comes down to the waterhole.
Okay, surprise, surprise, we've managed to find our big herd of buffalo, which is good news. So just to orientate you all, Remember, surrounding Scotia Dam, there's big ridge lines on either side. So I've come to the southern sort of big ridge line, obviously south of the dam itself, and I've come right up to the top. You can see it's very open, very grassy up here. And I was actually trying to get in position for, I saw a nice big kudu bull, and I was trying to maneuver around to get the light on the right side. And it was just kind of by chance that I drove around here, because where they are, they're kind of down in almost like this little dip, and the road where I was driving, there's actually no chance that I'd be able to see them from where I was driving there. So a little sneaky surprise that we've got ourselves here, which is really, really cool. And you can see they're quite happy, they're quite settled. I think they've more than likely been here for quite a while. And you can see after the heavy rains that we've had last night, all of the mud on the vast majority of them has been kind of cleaned off of them. Remember, the past sort of 2 days prior to this big storm coming in, it's been very hot, it's been quite warm. So all of our buffalo had been mud wallowing. So pretty much every single individual in the herd had a good amount of mud on them, and that's now really been cleaned off. Temperatures are not too hot at the moment. I mean, they're warm, but they're not boiling. But I wouldn't be surprised if at some point during the day these buffalo do head down to some of the lower lying areas where there's a good surplus of water and where they can really get back to their routine and have a good little mud bath. But it's such a nice scene though, of sort of just open plains, open grasslands. Kind of reminds me of something like East Africa. Gail, yes, Kariega would be considered a large reserve. Lots of varied types of habitats. You know, you've seen now, obviously we've got these very open areas. We saw that vista earlier, looking from those impalas down the valley there. So the predominant biome here on Kariega will be the Albany thicket. But it is a big reserve, you know, now probably pushing a bit more than 10,000 hectares or so, so very big. You know, and that's good, because obviously a lot of sort of varied habitats does allow for a lot of different types of animals. And obviously your birds as well, you know, right here at the top of the ridge line, very open areas like this. Birding will typically be a little bit more difficult here, exactly where we are right now, compared to some of the other areas, just because of the types of species that we'll find here. You know, open areas like this, it's more going to be predominant for, you know, like your LBJs, your little brown jobs, guys that are hard to identify. Think of nedikis you might find in the area here, your pipits, you know, your plain-back pipit, your African pipit you might find, your cisticulars, you know, rattlingcisticula, zittingcisticula, you know, so on and so forth. And all of them notoriously hard birds to try and ID, compared to, you think of birds like your Nausna Turako, your Narina Trogon, which are all very brightly coloured, pretty easy to identify, relatively speaking, you know. African stonechat you could find in an open area like this, potentially even one or two chin-spot batis. I mean, the thickets are not too far away from where we are here, so it's more of like a fringing environment. Lynn, my preferred way to take a photo of a herd would probably be with a drone, just because it's something that I don't have. No, obviously aerial photography is nice because it's creating a very unique view, but very difficult to do. Obviously, firstly because you know, you don't want to be flying drones around reserves because it's not allowed. So in a scene like this, it's very tough here at the moment because a lot of our individuals are kind of sitting down as we speak. But I think if I zoom in to, let me show you the individual that I've been kind of having a look at. This individual here has been really lifting her head quite a lot and having a good scan at us. And I think when she looks towards the camera and lifts that head, it's a beautiful pose. So I think for this, the combination of, it's a very clean type of photo. You know, we've just got the grasses and things here. You can see even from this angle, the shining on the horns. There we go, as she looks at us. Look at the wetness of the nose there. The ears are front facing. That posture is awesome. So that would probably be my go-to for a scene like this. You know, you're really showing a little bit of the environment as well. You know, a scene like this for me, it's very different to anything else. A more kind of your animal in environment type of shot is nice compared to a close-in sort of portrait shot of just the head. And obviously here you want to blur out as much of that foreground and background as possible. So I'd maybe shoot somewhere between f4 and 5.6 for my aperture, for my f-stop. And then all your other settings won't really be as important as your aperture in this scene, just because it's bright, so your ISO can be low. Your shutter speed doesn't need to be hell of a high, just because all of our animals are static. So in a scene like this, all of your small little features become quite important. The ears sort of facing forward. Earlier we saw how she had a stalk of grass hanging out of her mouth. That is a nice little sort of added feature to the photo that we could use. I can just see there are a few buffalo coming from behind me to join the herd, so they might lift their head and look to my right hand side. There we go.
Thank you, Wild Earth, for this absolutely fantastic prize at Matea Safari Lodge at Madekwa in South Africa. I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program at its onset in 2019 and have absolutely loved every minute I have experienced in the bush with all the characters of Wild Earth, both human and hairy. Thank you again, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
You can see we've got a few impalas here. So you can see in terms of position, the impala is right up against the edge of that thicket there. So they're obviously looking to do a little bit of browsing there as opposed to feeding on the grasses here. So I must say the grasses right at the top of the hill here aren't nearly as green as the bottom of the valley by Scotia Dam. So that might potentially be one of the reasons why these impala are more looking to browse here than do a bit of grazing. You know, it's all a fact of working smarter, not harder. But I think for now, let's take you across to Madikwe and say hello to Cedric.
Thank you so much, Nick. Yes, and I am sitting at Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest, and as you can see, we've got two beautiful birds that's just kind of taking an early morning nap. We've got, of course, the greater flamingo, and then we've got the South African shelduck that's on the right-hand side. So definitely looks like they have been partnering up the sides. Even when they go feeding, they go and feed together. Very strange, very, very strange. But yes, what a wonderful way to start this escape to nature. And it's a beautiful day here in Madikwe. As you can see, the sun is shining, blue skies, and I'm hoping that's going to be lots of animals around. But anyway, good morning everybody. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me, we've got Igor. So yes, thank you so much. But let's just take a look around this area at the moment. I am just seeing, we just had, can you believe it, we have only had one male elephant come down to this dam. Compared to the other day we had like 400. And so far this morning we've just had the one elephant here at Clo Dam. As I was saying, today it's called not Clo Dam but Slow Dam. But you never know, it is heating up, and maybe those elephants will start moving closer to these dams a little bit later on. But we've got some nice blue wildebeest, of course, just having their early morning drink, taking this opportunity, just like the zebras as well, I think before any of the big animals do come down for a drink, like the elephants. Of course, sorry about the pole, but we do have a sunroof on, very important. Very important, especially if you're going to sit in the sun all day. But a nice little calf as well of the blue wildebeest. A lot of the little Christmas, always call them Christmas babies. Most of them are born around in December time. As you can see, just taking a look, the little horns coming through as well. Very cute. Of course, after about maybe 11 to about a year old, those horns will start curving a bit more, start looking like a proper wildebeest, not going straight up, but start pretty much curving to the sides. And then once it does that, then it'll start, of course, taking shape after about 2 years old. And I love the little ones as well. If you look at the bottom of their legs, they're like got little white socks on. Maggie, no, not really. Compared to the other days that we've experienced here at Madikwe, today is actually a very pleasant day. I think this breeze, you'll see, it's quite a breezy day, and I think this breeze is definitely cooling the air down for us this morning. I think it's about 28, 29 degrees Celsius if I have to feel it now. So nothing like when we have usually like 36, 37, and it's That's why I think that's a big reason why we haven't seen elephants come down to the waterhole as of yet, because it hasn't really heated up. But there is a giraffe that looks like a nice male giraffe that's slowly but surely making his way down to the dam. I'm hoping that he'll come and drink. A big boy all by himself, towering above some of these bushes. And you always find a lot of the giraffe very white, like white heads, white behind the ears. A big thing for that as well, if they do take shelter in areas and if it's very hot, at least that sun can really reflect off the top part of their body, and that's their head, and not heat their body up too much. So very, very important. But you can see just a little bit tentative on coming down for a drink, but that's typical giraffes. You know, they always tend to come down and always look around. They take quite a bit of time before they actually crouch down to have a drink. Just making sure it's safe. No crocodiles, no lions, nothing like that around here. Damien, it's almost true. I witnessed a wildebeest female giving birth to a little calf, and we timed it around about 15, it was about 15 minutes. It started running, 15 minutes. So, but it's not all going to be 15 minutes. It all depends on the calf. I mean, sometimes a mom will push a calf and it's like, you better get going because maybe there might be predators close by and, you know, rather learn quicker than later. So yes, 5 minutes could be possible for sure, but I know that we timed it was about 15 minutes. It took about maybe 7-8 minutes to get onto its feet, like wobbly, but not running as of yet. Tried to wobble a bit and like fell down and got up again, wobbled a bit, and then only after about 15 minutes will it start not running properly, like it was. You know when you spin in a circle, when you like spin around and you get all kind of dizzy, looked like that, the wildebeest looked like that because when it got up, it was not running in a straight line, you know, for the first few times. But yeah, but you must remember they need to get up very quickly. If they don't, you know, survival of the fittest, if there's the lions and that, especially that there's afterbirth and the smell is around, lions, hyenas, leopards, cheetahs, wild dogs, anything like that will take that opportunity to go for a calf, definitely. And if that calf is just going to take too long to get up, well, it could be detrimental to that youngster. One or two's staying in the shade there. Thabo, yes, so definitely. I mean, yes, I haven't looked at the fork-tailed drongo, for instance, a bird. And the fork-tailed drongo, yeah, it just seems like a little bit more robust and a little bit bigger and fatter and healthier. I don't know. It just seemed like it. But it comes like to horns, the impala horns, the kudu horns. They are definitely larger side. They are absolutely huge. So wildebeest, I don't know. Wildebeest looks the same. I don't know. Wildebeest is wildebeest.
Massive sample size in Djuma.
Yeah, there's not real exactly. Yeah, there's not a real big sample size at Djuma side. So I guess we. Oh, there we go. There it is. Yeah, he's getting ready to run. That's how they start. But yeah, other than that, definitely the lions are larger. Well, I couldn't see much of that leopard we saw the other day. It was a bit difficult. I saw a huge shongololo. It's a millipede. Sure, it was almost this length of my arm. Not really, but yeah, just maybe half my arm. Oh, what do you think again that we see? We got about, 13 species last time with birding? I reckon let's see what we can get. If you guys got a pen and paper and you want to do a little bit of birding and see what we can find here at the Clo Dam over this escape to nature and see how many species we can identify. And if I do miss a species, if you do see something at home or wherever you're watching from, please let us know. But yeah, let's start with this one. So the South African shelduck. This is a female South African shelduck. As you can see, why a female? It's got a beautiful white face, white head. If it's a male, it doesn't have that white face. It's completely grey. But she's all by herself here, calling, maybe for a mate. Not too sure, but she is very lonely. As you can see, she's just walking around. That's why she's been spending a little bit of time with the greater flamingo. But an interesting fact about the shell duck is now, because the shell ducks, one thing about them when it comes to nesting is that they are birds that actually nest pretty much underground. So many times they'll use burrows, like warthog burrows underground or aardvark burrows, and they'll actually go and nest in those burrows, those areas. So that is very interesting. So they pretty much nest underground. Sorry, Jared, this wind blew my earpiece out completely, just went flying. Yes, I heard something about a question. Listen, Linda, have the raptors migrated yet? I'm not too sure. What is it now? We're on March. They should be migrating now. I think the red-footed falcons, they should be migrating back north. I haven't seen Wahlberg's eagles. Did you see Wahlberg's eagles? Yeah, I didn't see. Well, I haven't seen a Wahlberg's eagle yet at all. Steppe eagle I haven't seen yet. Steppe buzzard I haven't seen yet. So for me to know if they've migrated already from this side, I'm not too sure. I can't really give you an answer on that at all. That is a bit of a tough one. But yeah, okay, so we got our first bird. It's a South African shell duck. Very closely related to Egyptian goose. Alright, just above there is going to be now a very common bird that we see at most water areas. And if you do miss this one, then, well, you're not opening your eyes. The next one is going to be a blacksmith lapwing. Blacksmith lapwing. So, of course, you'll find these lapwings at most water bodies, little pans, little wallows, dams, rivers, always pretty much wandering along the shoreline or the water edges, looking for little water arthropods, little insectos, and of course feeding all along there. Very pretty and very, how can I say, a bird that's got a very big heart if they have to really keep the animals away from their nesting site, because they do nest on the ground there. And they've got beautiful little eggs and very well camouflaged eggs and on the ground itself. So if anything comes close to it, these lapwings will remain at that nesting site, and they will just flare open their wings and try and deter that animal away from their nesting site. Beautiful, love them, absolutely love them. Blacksmith lapwing. That black is so black and not white. Alright, well, let's go. We'll continue with our birding just now again. Let's take a look. There is this big, beautiful male giraffe that is now coming a little bit closer to the water area for a drink. He's trying to figure out what's going to be the best. Is he a croucher or a spreader? So crouching, the front legs will go forward, the knees will bend forward. If he's a spreader, he will spread his front legs out to the side. So what do you think?
I think it's a spreader.
I think he's... you think he's spreader? Alright,
Spreader.
alright, I'll go croucher. I'll have to go the opposite, of course. Let's see. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe he's just like, yeah, I've got you guys. Fooled you. Right, let's see. No, he's getting there. He's getting there. Right, let's see. You can see very tentative. He just doesn't want to go down too quickly. Imagine being 5.5 meters tall. That blood rushing to the brain. I think you might be right. It looks like he is spreading. He's a croucher. Yes! He's a croucher. Yeah, he's crouching too.
Oh.
He's crouching forward like that. The spreads like that.
Actually go down on their knees.
No, like that. No.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's not half and half, Jared. No. If it's a spreader, it goes straight legs out to the side. Yeah, like the splits. You can see he was crouching. Alright, so but you can just see him really kind of just watching, having a quick drink. But I feel so sorry for them sometimes. It seems like they're so thirsty, but they can never get to that water. And there he goes down, crouching and drinking. And you're going to see when he comes up, he flicks his head. So that's due to the blood flow. That's just running through very, very high pressure blood flow that goes to the brain. Imagine that big heart of 11 kilograms pumping 160 beats per minute, just pumping that blood to the brain. But then they've got a thing called a blood sponge that's just below the brain itself, a whole lot of blood vessels. And what happens, those blood vessels regulates that blood flow to the brain. Without that blood sponge, what happens is it'll just pass out with that pressure going to the brain, that blood pressure going to the brain. He'll just pass out. So he has to have like a regulation, how can I say, a valve that's situated just below the brain itself. Is he going to take another opportunity for another drink? Really enjoying the water. He's licking his lips quite a bit. No, Carol, sheesh, I've never seen a giraffe swim. No, Carol, funny enough you're saying that. I've never seen a giraffe swim. So, that would be a first for me. I don't think they can swim. I think they'll just sink. Well, they've got the long neck, so maybe that water has to be really deep. But nah, I haven't seen giraffes swim. Maybe somebody at home, if you've seen them, let me know. I'd like to know if you actually witnessed giraffes swimming across the river, not walking, but swimming. I doubt it. It just doesn't look like it's built for that. But he is a beautiful dog male. You go. Nice dark colors on him. And he's pretty much by himself. He's not in any herd yet around the dam, so he's all by himself. But as you know, giraffes are pretty much gregarious, so they do tend to wander around from herd to herd. Sometimes these older males tend to peel away from everybody and rather have alone time. A very unique animal as well. I mean, it's amazing they've got the same amount of vertebrae in their neck like a human. They've got 7 vertebrae, but of course those vertebrae are so much larger compared to ours. And they're adapted perfectly for getting to these areas like on top of the bushes and high lying trees and that way. Of course the leaves are quite high for any other herbivores. And it's perfect for the giraffe. But yeah, while we're still sitting with those 2 bird species, of course, we will continue with our bird identification and numbers here at Clo Dam in Madikwe. But let's head over to Kariga. Oh no, to Kikuyu with Trishana.
So glad that Cedric has managed to win the bet that the giraffe is a croucher, not a spreader. Our ones, it was hard to tell whether the giraffe was a croucher or a spreader from this distance, the one that we saw earlier. But they'll do whatever is most comfortable to get that head down to the water. Lots and lots of visitors come through now. I mean, well, there's always lots of visitors here at Okukoyo, right? But the water was looking quite glassy, quite mirror-like earlier, because there was not as much disturbance as there is right now. As soon as the zebras get into the water, there's a lot of disturbance. They move a lot. They can't seem to kind of stand still and drink like these Kemsbok are towards the right. Now, Cedric touched on something that was really cool, and what I love is that we arrived at the correct answer, even though he was unsure. And I really, really love that when it happens, because I think it speaks to an intuitive knowledge of the bush. Because Cedric said that he doesn't think that giraffes are built to swim, and that's exactly right. Giraffes can't swim, but most animals that walk on four legs can. When I mean swim without having been taught. And if we walk on two legs and we can swim, that's because we've been taught to swim. We can, when we are not taught to swim and we're thrown into the water and we don't panic, then we will stay afloat because of these big air sacs in our body. But also because if you see, like, when you just start swimming, you see a baby swimming, they're doing this kind of doggy paddle. And we kind of move towards moving with four limbs. And that's how four-legged animals swim. And so there was a study that was done where many, many, many different mammals were put into this, into a program where we could test how animals move in water. So you put in specific parameters about each animal, and then things related to, for example, their center of gravity and the dimensions of that animal. And though lots of this information was firsthand, as in watching animals swim, for those animals that we hadn't really seen swim, those were put into this model. And that's something that's commonly done, and it is very reliable. And so the problem with giraffes is that their center of gravity is a little bit off, and their necks are quite heavy. So what ends up happening it's not been seen in real life because giraffes are not going to swim, they're not in the water swimming. If you think you've seen one, it's probably standing. But what the model had shown was that giraffes would tip forward. So by tipping forward, they would tip their head into the water. So while theoretically they could swim, their head would tip into the water and then they would die. They would drown. So absolutely correct, Cedric. Tracy, you say you can't imagine a rhino swimming? Well, if the water is deep enough and there's enough displacement to happen for the rhino to be able to be buoyant, then it can. Because its mass is concentrated in basically one spot. The problem with a giraffe is there's such mass in the head and the neck, or the neck rather, and so that neck is not close to the center body, so it ends up just tipping forward. And so yeah, to put it simply, as Cedric said, just don't look like they're built for swimming. And he's correct. Now the other animal that has a bit of trouble swimming are also apes. And that kind of makes sense as well, because they're not spending a whole lot of time walking on all fours. They're often sitting, they're often swinging, they're often climbing. Oh, Jared, you say Asian rhinos are quite apt swimmers? Well, that would be something to see. The giraffe, it's got 4 legs and a central mass with not too many things sticking out that it's also heavy. Then, yeah, it could swim.
Can you imagine a world without the magic of nature? Without iconic animals like the Big Five? Well, we can't. For 50 years, we have been dedicated to protecting your future and theirs. Help the Endangered Wildlife Trust to protect forever together. Your small change can make a big difference. SMS now to donate and tune in to Mix FM to win exciting prizes.
I'm not sure any of the animals that we're looking at right now have any significant functioning Rita mirabilis, blood sponges. Definitely the birds would go. But for birds, it's mostly for heat generation as opposed to equalization of the pressure. I love learning about little obscure kind of organs. I say obscure only because they're lesser known and they kind of have functions that we're not totally aware of. But I love learning about stuff like that. Like our appendix, such a weird little finger that was thought not to really have any purpose, but in fact it kind of does. It hosts a whole lot of bacteria and kind of acts as a cecum, like with hindgut fermenters. Anyway, let me send you over to Nick. He's got some buffalo, or still with his buffalo.
Okay, welcome back to our buffaloes, who may not be the most capable of swimmers from what I've seen, but they do enjoy the water, especially down at Scotia Dam. I feel like when some of the mud wallows and things like that have have dried up, that it drives the buffalo, that's where my tongue twister came from, it drives the buffalo to kind of go into the water. You know, obviously it's a way of cooling themselves down, and it kind of just tends to hit the spot. But as for now, I mean, you can see it looks like the majority of our herd has now sat down. They are resting nicely. Temperature's definitely increasing. I've slapped down a little bit of sunscreen on, but these buffalo seem to be handling this heat just fine. So we still are here in the same spot, as you can see, right at the top of the hill. There were 1 or 2 little warthogs that came trotting past here. But I mean, for these buffaloes, if they're wanting to have a proper mud wallow, I can't see any proper big wallows around here. You know, there's going to be small little groupings, little concentrations and puddles of water. But for them, they're going to need something pretty significantly sized. And I am keeping my eye out for any secretary birds here. Ahmed, they do enjoy these open areas. You know, if you think of the large majority of the time, we do kind of see these buffalo in the open areas. Obviously here where they are now, think of the Scotia Dam clearings. So the bush here, the Albany thicket, is dense. It is very, very thick. So in certain areas, you know, you won't be able to see much further than 5 meters. And obviously because of that, there's the possibility, the higher possibility of being ambushed. You know, so generally when you see buffalo settling down to rest, whether it's daytime or nighttime, they do generally enjoy more open areas. You know, here in the Eastern Cape, we've got this Albany thicket, but I mean, if you do go further up to, let's say, like the Lowveld or something like that, you're not really going to find too many areas as open as what we're looking at here. But the thickets aren't nearly as dense as well, so they'll be happier to kind of rest in the thickets because they'll still be able to see pretty well there. But as a general rule of thumb, when the buffaloes do rest, they really bunch tightly together. You can see now what we've got here, how there's a lot of body contact going on between the different individuals. All very tactile. You know, so obviously if something had to freak one individual out, that would kind of ripple through the herd. You know, one shifts his body quickly and that, you know, will shift to the next one and then so on and so forth. A little bit of a ripple effect, like kind of similar to a shoulder fish almost. But it always amazes me how well buffaloes are able to deal with the heat. You know, they're big animals. They, you know, have got that dark skin tone, and you'd kind of think that when it starts to get hot like this, they'd find a shady spot to rest, or they'd at least mud wallow. But they handle the heat so well. You know, obviously their main way of keeping cool is going to be sweating. But I guess at the same time, where they are here, right at the top of the hill, there is a little bit of a breeze that's pushing across. Obviously, it's going to be a bit more exaggerated right at the top of the hill here than down in the valley. Ari, in terms of photographing, do I photograph the herd or photograph one? I think you've got to, it's always important before you take your actual photo to have a little chat with yourself and think, what am I trying to show in this scene? What am I trying to portray? Are you trying to portray the, you know, maybe the size of the herd and the type of habitat that they're in? Or are you wanting to get close in and you know, really go for that portrait shot? Maybe a buffalo's got a lot of mud stuck on its horn, maybe he's had a fight and there's a bit of blood or something like that. You really need to, you know, to think about all of the different scenarios. You know, something like at the top of the frame, you can see there's a very distinctive end to the hill. So if all of, or at least even if there was one buffalo there and you had a beautiful sunset behind him as a silhouette shot, I'd go a little bit wider for that. So it really depends upon each individual situation, so it's hard to kind of give a stock standard answer. I think for this scene of what we've got here, if I was looking for a stellar photograph, I think I'd more than likely wait around, just sit here and wait, you know, for something to happen. You know, now this scene of a wide angle photo, you know, in terms of a photograph, wouldn't really work. It's fine for video because obviously we're talking this through now, but for a photograph, there's nothing that catches your eye straight away. You know, so if these buffalo didn't move for the next, you know, half an hour or something, I would maybe look to drive a bit closer and try and get more creative with abstract close-up shots of horns, maybe slower shutter speeds of ears flicking and getting that movement. So it's very dependent upon each situation, you know, and different variables like light is going to be a massive one. You know, if you can get an animal silhouetted and there's beautiful colors in the sky, you want to go all the way out. You want to get as much of that beautiful color in the sky as you can. As we start to head in towards our sort of midday hours and the light does start to become a little bit harsher, you've obviously got very bright areas and then your darks. You know, so I'd maybe look to go in closer to negate a lot of those very drastic lighting differences. So it's different for every scene. But you know, at the same time, every different photographer is going to see a scene differently. That's just the creativity within each person. You'll see something different to how I see it. And at the end of the day, there's really no right or wrong. You know, there's definitely a whole set of rules and guidelines within photography. But it's, you know, it's a bit corny to say it, but I mean, they say that, what do they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, it's really how you see it, you know, it's really what tickles your taste buds. There's obviously the rules of the rule of thirds, you know, leading lines kind of helping to allow your eye to flow through the image in more of like a natural way, you know, and so on and so forth. So those are there more as just guidelines. It's not like if you don't do those, you've taken a bad photograph. And I think the beauty of sort of the digital age that we've got, of being able to just shoot from the hip far away, you know, take as many pictures as you want, and then you can review them afterwards. Damien, 11 years old. My man, that's a good question. So the ears are constantly flicking and moving like that, just because there's a fly that's, or a little insect that's, you know, flying around their head. You can imagine if you were sitting down for lunch and you had a fly buzzing around your head. You're not going to do nothing about it. You're going to move your hand and you're going to flick it. Or you're going to wave it, try and get it away. So that's essentially what these buffaloes are doing. And it's amazing how you can pretty much see all of the different ears moving all over the place. Obviously, if there are lots of flies and little muggies and things like that flying around, you think it would lend itself towards those buffalo maybe having a mud wallow to protect their skin from all of those different little insects. But possibly after the cold weather that we've had last night, they're just really enjoying this sunlight. You know, it's very interesting to see how with this herd of buffalo, they're one of the first animals to move away from those scotia clearings when bad weather does come in. And whether they slept up here last night or they went into the thickets, I'm not too sure. But we did have a lot of lightning last night, my word. Maybe right at the top of the hill wouldn't have been the best place to be if there was lots of lightning. I have been in a massive storm, and in that storm there was actually 3 different individual giraffe that were struck by lightning, killed on the spot. So animals do have to be careful. Obviously the likelihood and the chances of animals being struck by lightning is pretty small, but I mean there obviously is the chance. I mean in one storm 3 different giraffe got hit by lightning, and I was working on that reserve at that time. It wasn't like I heard from a friend who heard from a friend. I saw it with my own eyes, and it was so interesting to see how they were all big male giraffe and lots of meat on them. Obviously none of the predators or the scavengers would feed on those carcasses once they'd actually been found. For about 2 weeks no one touched them. They found them, they came, they investigated, they came very close, they sniffed, but they wouldn't touch the carcass. It was so interesting to see, and after like 2 weeks, the carcasses were still there. It's obviously just maggots everywhere, making the animal look like it was still alive. And it obviously stank so badly. But yeah, and after about 2 weeks, the hyenas and the jackals and the lions in there started to feed. But I'd even seen a leopard go up to this giraffe, and the leopard wouldn't even touch it. And it was very interesting. I don't know if they somehow sensed that something had happened to the giraffe, you know, electrical differences or something. I'm not too sure, but it was kind of mind-boggling to watch. And I still don't know what the actual reason is why they didn't want to feed on it, because, you know, obviously the large majority of our predators, they will go out and actively hunt for prey and catch prey. But I mean, at the same time, if a lion comes across a buffalo that's died, or a big giraffe that's died, and it's 3 days old, he's not going to say no to that. He will 100% feed on it, because it's free food, you know. Catching carcasses and prey species, or rather prey species because they're still alive, and then carcasses, it's tough, it's difficult, it's not easy. So if you look carefully in the center of the frame, you can just behind the buffalo, if you look carefully, you can see there is a bum of a warthog sticking out towards us. There's 2 of them there. Let me see if I can potentially get you a little closer in here and take a little sneaky look. There we go, you can kind of just see his bum poking out there. You can see the buffalo quite happy to have those warthog around. The warthog are not posing much of a threat, they're not causing too much of a disturbance, they're kind of just going about their day-to-day activities, doing a little bit of feeding. So nice little bit of a symbiotic relationship going on here. You know, the more eyes and ears around, the better it is for all of the different species. So I'm sure that the warthog are quite happy that there's so many large buffalo around here. He's got himself a whole bunch of bouncers here, free bouncers. But I think for now, let's take you across to Cedric, who's got an elephant.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Well, I'm sure that Warthog would love this big male elephant to be around there as well, as a bodyguard. But yes, it is just nice to have an elephant coming down to Clo Dam. This is just our second one. One came down a little bit earlier and disappeared, and now this is our second one. So, not an old bull, maybe I'll say 30, 35 years old. It's not large, he's not fully grown, his head hasn't really expanded, trunk hasn't really got thick as of yet. So I'd say about a 30, 35 year old. Also the indentations on his head is not so deep, so it's a young boy. Not a young boy, but mid-age male. Yeah, let's say mid-age. Of course, coming to have a good old drink. Once again, here at the pipe system. You can see nice little tusks. A little thicker. Compared to your females, if you look at your female tusks, way thinner compared to the males. The males have got this real kind of thick base. And it really continues going out further as well. But the female's very thin. And as you know, elephants are very much fussy drinkers, so definitely coming down to this little pipe to drink as much clean water as possible. So of course, Clo Dam, where we are now, here at Madikwe. This dam is fed by a borehole, so that's all borehole water. And very important to have these boreholes around here, and for them to pretty much feed these pans and these dams with water. As you know, water is life. If you don't have water in your reserve, you're not going to have anything. So this is very, very important. So when it comes to elephants with drinking of clean water, we actually many years ago we had a male, we used to call him also like a camp buster. So he used to come into the camp and he knew how to get into the camp every single time. Even if there was a two-strand electric fence, it was about 2 meters high, so it was just for the elephants, just to keep the elephants out because of the water. Because they'll smell that nice clean water inside of the lodge, in the pipes and that, and they'll dig them out. This old camp buster used to always come into the lodge, but he used to come to that fence and he knew exactly how to break that electric fence. He used to use his tusks, and he used to put one tusk at the bottom and one tusk on top, and he used to do like a corkscrew with his head, and then of course he would snap those two wires, and then he would come in and then he would do a lot of damage. So yes, they are suckers for clean water, big time. Harold, good morning. Have I ever seen a dwarf elephant? Harold, no, I haven't at all. No. The only one I've seen that looked really a little bit strange, funny enough, was a little elephant calf that was coming to Clow Dam. We were really hoping to see this little calf again today. And this little calf had no cartilage in his ears, both ears. So he had like floppy ears, and they flopped forward. And it looked very strange, but very cute. Absolutely the cutest elephant I've ever seen in my life. But it's not a dwarf elephant, it was just a calf. But other than that, I don't think I've ever seen a dwarf elephant. So, Harold, sorry, I haven't seen that. It would be strange to see one. But those are the elephants around here. These elephants around here, they get around to about 60, plus minus 60 years old in this area as well. I think maybe a little bit older compared to the elephants around in the Greater Kruger Park. So all that wear and tear on their teeth. And the side, they don't eat as much rough stuff as the ones in the Greater Kruger Park, where they eat a lot of the combretums, a lot of the teaks. So there's a lot of wear and tear on their teeth that side. But this side here at Botswana, I think Madikwe, I think just because it's just below Botswana side, and of course it's much, the grass is much lush. They eat more grass here by far, and definitely going for some of these beautiful green leaves around on the trees or on these bushes. It's definitely less wear and tear. So I think at least a good 5 to 10 years older. So everything comes down to teeth. So the teeth is worn down completely. The first set, you'll find the second set will come through. So it acts like a conveyor belt until the sixth set of molars is worn down. And then they won't have any more teeth left or any more sets left. And then, of course, that's when they pretty much die of starvation. And because they cannot put that amount of vegetation into their systems anymore. I wonder if he's going to do a bit of a mud bath here for us. Maybe not. Maybe it's still too cool. I'm not too sure. Definitely trying to maneuver out of there. Jason, elephants are very fussy when it comes to the water holes in the water. We've seen it on numerous occasions, especially at the Cloud Dam. If there's zebras and wildebeest and they want to come and drink water, the elephants do not allow them at all. They kind of chase them away and chase them around. So yes, that's elephants like to be just by themselves here. They just want the elephants to be at the waterhole. So they can be a little bit of a nuisance to that side of things. But it looks like this male is absolutely enjoying this water, just spraying himself. So maybe it's a sign that it is going to get a little bit warmer. We shall see. I love it especially when they spray behind the ears. Of course, once they spray behind the ears, it just kind of cools down all the blood in those blood vessels. Is that nice now, my boy? Yeah? That looks so inviting at the moment. You can see what he uses that trunk of his, going deep under, try and get a bit of that mud, that sediment, that mud, enough of that to kind of throw on his body. But one thing about the elephants, they do have patience with one another when it comes to water. So, of course, if other elephants do come down for a drink and for a mud bath, sometimes the families will even kind of get entwined between each other just to get to the water, and they've got a lot of respect and a lot of patience with one another. Well, straight back to the clean water. Looks like now that poor right tusk is nice and muddy. I had it once like that with the elephant. I actually went to park next to the elephant that was busy mud bathing and throwing mud around. And unfortunately, we were a little bit too close to him, and while we were parked there, he threw, of course, the mud like under his belly, but a lot of the mud went past his body and came spraying all across the vehicle, onto my tracker, onto my guess. It was quite hilarious. First of all, a bit of a shock in the beginning, but it was quite hilarious at the end. So, sorry, Jared, I didn't get the question. Jacob, 12 years old. No, elephants do not sweat. They don't have sweat glands. That's a big reason for this wallowing and spraying their body full of mud. So the mud actually cools them down during hot days. On top of that as well, it will also suffocate the parasites on his body, as well as the ears. So many times on hot days as well, to cool the body down, you'll see how they flap the ears. And when they're flapping the ears like that, there's very thick veins inside of the ears, and the skin is very thin on the ears itself. So when he flaps his ears like that, it actually cools the blood down in those veins that's behind the ear. And once that blood cooled down, once the blood starts circulating through the body, it takes about 27 to 30 seconds to circulate through. And once that blood circulates through, the nice cool blood, it actually cools their body down. So actually kind of almost like an air conditioning system for this. See, look up behind his ears. Look at those big blood vessels behind his ears. As well as the wrinkles. There's the wrinkles on the elephants. That's also a big way of cooling down, trapping a lot of the cold air in there. So sometimes what happens is, even if they cake their body full of mud, with the wrinkles, you'll have the little air pockets on the wrinkles itself, and that will also help them cool the body down. So it is also like a system for them to keep nice and fresh for the day. Maybe he's going to dive in there for us. Maybe a belly rub. Ooh, yes, a belly rub. There it is. Definitely some part that he can't get to with his trunk, so he rather uses the side of that mound, or that wall. So if it doesn't use that, sometimes they'll go next to a tree and they'll actually rub themselves against a tree. Oh, here comes another one. Another young male. Looks like they're slowly but surely starting to trickle in, just like the water that's trickling into the dam. So is the elephants. There's another youngster that we might be a bit in the position of the pole. Are we right? Just, yeah. So you can see a young boy coming in now. So two males. Oh, the older one's like, no, wait. I want to go straight for that pipe. I want a drink. Scratching his bum on the side there. Oh no. Seems like they're all going to try and sit around there. That'll be funny. Like men in a sauna. Of course, the older bull doesn't really mind the younger one coming in there now, because, I mean, the older one has already had his fair share of clean water. He's already drank from that pipe, so he's not too bothered. He's more interested in having a bum scratch and a rub on the belly than anything else.
Calling all Wild Earth explorers, we have a brand new prize for you to win. The lucky winner will jet off to the magnificent Amakhala for an incredible 3-night stay for two at the Hlosi Game Lodge. Unwind surrounded by the natural music of the wild and enjoy daily safaris from an open vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer and you could be heading off to this unforgettable safari destination.
Alright, so we've got those 2 elephants here, but as we still want to do our birding, we've got 2 already on our list. Of course, we've got the South African shelduck and we've got the blacksmith lapwing. Those 2 already that's on the list. Remember I told you to grab a pen and paper and see what birds we can pick up on here at Clo Dam. And then of course we've got this beautiful falcon that's sitting in the tree. This is one of my favorite birds here at the moment because I've seen it a few times here now and I'm so stoked about this bird. It's the Lanner falcon. So Lanner falcon. So interesting things about the Lanner falcon. First of all, it's a very fast bird. So not as fast as a peregrine falcon. Peregrine falcon flies about 350 k's an hour swooping down when it's hunting. The Lanner falcon only really goes at 150 kilometers an hour. That's 90 miles per hour. And of course flying and swooping down. And the interesting thing is if they swoop down and catch the bird, because they mainly prey on birds, if they catch a dove in mid-flight and the talons doesn't kill the bird itself, Lanner falcon's got a special notch on its beak to actually cut off the spinal cord of the bird itself with that beak, with that special notch. So it's a very, very kind of, how can I say, well adapted to that kind of prey species. And you can imagine coming down at 150 k's an hour and hitting something with your talons. Well, I'm sure most of the time it will do the job. But if not, they've got that special notch in the beak and then they'll just kind of sever the spine at the neck area. Roman, I'm not too sure. Igor, what's your bird list now?
My Madikwe list or my life list? I'll tell you in a second. My life list is on 156. My Madikwe list is on 64. And my Sabi Sands is on 110.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Yeah.
156 in total.
156. Thanks, Roman. Yeah, good. Oh. All right. Eagle, you'll have to talk up again there.
No, I was saying my life list is at 156 species at the moment. 64 of those species I saw in Madikwe, and 110 of those were in the Sabi Sands. So yeah, 156 in total now. Thanks, Rowan.
Nice, 156 species. That's fantastic. Good list there. And I'm sure as Madikwe we can still get more here. Definitely more. Well, we got the 3 species so far at Clo Dam, and let's get a 4th species here. I think this is a nice one. Of course,
My favorite bird.
it is such a stunning bird. Let's look at it. It is an elephant shrew. There's another elephant that's just coming down to the dam. But anyway, here's the 4th bird. As you can see, we've got the greater flamingo. So of course this is that greater flamingo that's been hanging around the dam for the whole morning so far. Definitely it is a first for me the other day. So it's nice just to see it. And beautiful colors, not all colors, but it's just the pink and the contrast to the white and pink is just stunning. And it's also got this beautiful black wings, but underneath its wings itself. So it actually opens its wings, and it's amazing. That pink, black, and white all together, it really makes for quite a pretty sighting. But as you can see, just kind of sifting through some of the little areas, looking for little mollusks and crustaceans, and even little frogs, amphibians as well. So what they do, they will sift through it and send the water through their beak, almost like a sieve itself, and then whatever kind of goes into the beak, they'll latch onto that. I don't think he's going to get anything. I haven't seen him to get anything yet. Exactly, Arnold. I also don't think it belongs. It doesn't look like it belongs here. I was quite shocked. I thought this greater flamingo was pushed here by some tornado or hurricane or something. Because, but then I actually looked it up, and yeah, they actually dispersed all over South Africa, actually all over Africa, and lots in Botswana, Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, up to Iran, Iraq, Belgium, Germany. So they are quite widely dispersed. That's out of breeding season. Breeding season, it looks like a lot of them do come around towards Botswana and Namibia, to those big salt pans and all that, to of course build those little mounds for their nest, the muddy mounds, and then they have those single white eggs. But yeah, predators for them. I mean, they're not really for the flamingo itself. Maybe a jackal. But I think mainly is the big problem is the eggs. Apparently, you get things like your gulls, the seagulls. They love the eggs. And oh yes, more elephants. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's just stick. There's a nice big elephant that is walking towards us at the moment. Oh, look at this. Oh, hello. Elephants are all. Sorry about the pole. Yeah. Aye. But it's amazing. All of a sudden, one elephant comes, then they all come. It's like all of a sudden they like WhatsApp each other or something. Hello, my boy. Hello. Yes, you are very pretty and large. So now we've got. You'll see, we've got 4 male elephants around the waterhole. How's that? All of a sudden, from 1 to 4. We haven't seen the herds yet, so just single males. It looks like he might be the biggest one. He might dominate the water. Let's see. So they're sussing each other out there. I realize, okay, well, you're a little bit bigger. Oh yes, no, Gabby, definitely. It's amazing how excited they get for water, and it's beautiful when you see them running for this water, and you can almost see the excitement in their steps, you know, like they're almost smiling. And yeah, I don't know, Gabby, I love it. Oh, look at that! Yeah, well done. Why do you do it in your buddy's drinking area? Why do you do that? Well done. No respect. No respect. Oh, that is funny. No, it looks like that big male's like, he needs to get around there somehow. It looks like he's not too keen. I was just about to say, Flow Dam without elephants, that doesn't make sense, does it? All of a sudden, yeah, we've got them. Alrighty, well, we are going to just try and look out for any other interesting little things around here, maybe another bird or two. While we do that, let's head over to Ukukuyu with Trishala.
Oh gosh, there's been so much happening in Madikwe. All those Ellie pools of flamingo, it's just been fabulous. Here at Okukoyu, we've had the usual suspects. I've been having a bit of a look around, see if there's any more elephants, anything like that. Maybe some more giraffes coming down. There were a whole lot of abdomen storks that have kind of left now. But just the usual suspects for now. But the wonderful thing about a cam like this, static cam looking in one direction at one thing, you never know what's going to come through because we're not disturbing the area in any way. Not that I'm saying that disturbing the area just by being present is a problem. I mean, actively disturbing the area is certainly a problem, but us just being present is going to change the behavior of animals, the movements of animals, just like if you were walking on the road and there was some other people walking on the other side, you'd have to wait before you cross so that you could get across safely. It's not a good or a bad thing, it's just a fact. If you are present in a space, then you are affecting the space in some way. But watching like this, we're not really affecting anything at all, which is a beautiful thing about having static cams. So you kind of get to watch animals do what they would do without being affected by your presence. Again, not negative or positive, it's just a fact. So anything could come through, and also we can watch this, all day, every day. And I think it's the ultimate sitting and waiting game to see what appears on the cams. Now, there's some springbok that have been very brave. They're obviously feeling very comfortable. Earlier, there were so many animals all about, and we spoke about how it can feel quite safe if there are lots of animals around, and particularly if there's lots of animals in the water. And so these springbok have been, one walked straight across this waterhole. Looked like it was swimming, but it was not. It's not that deep for a springbok to be swimming. But springbok can swim. It's just a matter of whether the water is deep enough and whether it needs to, really. I've been keeping a bit of an eye on that bush where our black rhino moved to. It's just over on the other side. Let's have a look together. I think it was that one there. Yeah, that little bit on the right there. So it's hard to tell if it's still there because there's so many shadowy spots. But I didn't see anything coming out of there. So I hope it's still sitting under there. When it's cooler, hopefully it will come out as well. Or maybe I've just been looking at empty space and it's left when I wasn't looking there, which is also very, very possible. We can have a closer look at some of these zebra that have come down. Okay, hi Jim. You'd like to know if rhinos forage at night? Like most mega herbivores, they will have to. It's not a matter of choice. They may forage a little bit less, but it's not really a choice because they're so large. They have to continuously eat, just like elephants. Elephants will continue to forage at night as well. I mean, I've seen rhinos out and about at night, chomping away, no problems. Most animals don't have a set sleep cycle. I mean, there are some animals that are very strictly diurnal, usually small mammals that will lose heat easily at night, things like squirrels. Mongooses, like a dwarf mongoose, they're strictly diurnal, so they're not going to be around at night unless something is really wrong. They're very small, they lose heat very easily, and so even when they get up in the morning, it's not like they're getting up at the crack of dawn. They're waiting for it to warm up so that their bodies can warm up before they move about. But a big animal, elephants, rhinos, they don't really have that problem. If anything, they have the opposite problem, which is being able to cool themselves down sufficiently. So they will be foraging at night without an issue. I love how we've been seeing quite a few springbok kind of getting half their body into the water, even if they're going to have a drink. I mean, why not? If it's hot and it's safe, have a dunk. I'm sure that's like a springbok proverb. The zebra have separated into 3 distinct groups. I wonder if these are 3 distinct herds. Let's see, that third group has started to move. It's interesting to watch animals that are in a group. As in, we don't know where the herds, how the herds are distinct from each other. We don't know if they're 1 big, 2 big herds, maybe they're 3 separate herds, maybe they're 4 herds, we don't know. So it's interesting to watch them all together and watch their movements and try to figure out who's sticking with who. Oh, we've got quite a few Gemsbok coming down now. Oh, sorry, I just remembered. I think it was yesterday when we saw the Gemsbok. And I said that's the Southern African oryx. And I said there were 3 species, and I knew there was a 4th, or I wasn't sure if there was a 4th because there was something in my head. There is a 4th. So there's 4 species of Gemsbok. Oh, sorry, 4 species of oryx. There's the Southern African oryx, which we know as the Gemsbok. There's the East African oryx. There's the Arabian oryx, and then there's the scimitar oryx. The scimitar one was the one I forgot about. Nice. I see some large animals in the background there. Could it be some ellies? I hope so. These are some very reasonable springbok at the bottom there. They're deciding to simply drink from the water's edge. Oh! I spoke too soon. That one just decided to walk through. Max, what an excellent question. Max is the director. I love it when I get their questions from the director. Max wanted to know if the scimitar oryx still exists. As far as I know, it does. It's just very what's the word I'm looking for? It's not endangered. It's extinct in the wild. That's what it is. So naturally, they don't exist. But as in the wild, there are no natural populations of scimitar oryx, but they do exist in captivity. I guess that's sometimes why we forget about them, because we don't see them in the wild and don't hear anything about them very much because they're kept in captivity. And maybe that was the wrong phrasing. They're not kept in captivity. It's not like they're removed from the wild and kept in captivity. They were going extinct, have gone extinct in the wild, but they are captive populations. I think so what sometimes happens is for populations of animals that have gone extinct in the wild, they will kind of especially if they've grown up in captivity, they'll try to release them into these for acclimatization, maybe into small enclosures that mimic their own natural habitat, and they try to reintroduce them. I'm not sure if the scimitar oryx has been reintroduced to any specific reserves, but definitely it has been. They've been doing some acclimatization exercises with those captive bred animals. Anyway, let me send you back over to Nick and his buffalo.
Okay, our buffaloes are on the move. They've got up from where they were resting. And I've kind of positioned myself strategically around one of the water holes. Not really a water hole, it's more of just like a little gathering of water, a little pool of water after all of the rain that we've had. You can even see on the road where I am here, one or two little patches of water. So nothing too substantial, nothing too drastic. I'm just biding my time, hoping that they might come here, have a little bit of a drink. Closer to the vehicle there is a deeper one just off the road that could provide us a wallow for maybe one buffalo. I don't think we could really fit more than one buffalo in. But nonetheless, really cool to see them out and about doing their thing. So they've obviously had their late morning sleep in. And it was interesting to watch. There was probably about 4 buffalo that got up and started to move off while everybody was still kind of resting, and they were all females. So I thought, here we go, the herd's up and moving. Remember, the pathfinders are usually females. And I came to kind of just drive around, have a look, where's the closest water, because it's a pretty good chance that they would stop somewhere closer to water. And they may not have gotten to this water quite yet, but I mean, they are right here. So it's nice to kind of have them all together, bunched like this, just doing their thing. So we'll have a look and see, because I'm sure it's just a matter of time before they do kind of finish grazing where they are there, and then potentially come and investigate the water on the road there, maybe to even have a drink, or potentially this little mud wallow. But it's been really nice to spend a bit of time with them. Isaac, I haven't counted specifically, but I'd say it's probably close to about 40 individuals or so, somewhere around there, which is a pretty good number. And there are lots of very newborn youngsters, very newborn calves, which is exciting to see as well. Here we go, we've got our first little taker for our pool of water. So the buffalo have read the script at long last. It's always a case of when one individual kind of breaks the trend, the floodgates open. You can see we've got everybody coming here now. I mean, the closest little mud wallow to the vehicle's not very far away, so they'll end up coming pretty close, I'd say. This one really coming to investigate the scene here. Randy, it's a good question. Some people have blonde hair and other people have brown hair. So similar with the buffaloes, it'll just be just differences amongst individuals, just different genetics, which is quite standard. You wouldn't expect everybody to have sort of similar traits. So yeah, like you say, some horns will be kind of very wide, others will kind of swoop down very deeply and then turn upwards quite sharply. Some bulls will have big sort of bosses in the middle of the head there, lots of sort of horn structure. Others won't have such a big boss. No, so it's just individual differences and characteristics, which is always good to see. Nothing wrong with a little bit of diversity. It's interesting how both of those buffalo did come up to this mud wallow closer to the vehicle here and kind of have decided that this is not the spot, this is not where they want to be. Back to square one. As you can see, the sun is out and about very brightly now. Look how it's reflecting off of this road. There comes a nice bull in the center there, beautiful set of horns on him. See, one of the females was urinating, so he's just testing her urine just to check her condition, see how she's doing. That bull dominating the water there inadvertently. I think he's more interested in that female than the water itself. We talked about that behavior yesterday of curling that lip back and inhaling, drawing in that scent from the female, just trying to see what the latest story is with her, if she's coming possibly to season. Okay, so we've got a nice female in the water here. There is a bull approaching from behind, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. If he's going to push her out. Incredibly close to the vehicle, maybe only 5 meters away or so. Okay, she's moving out. Let's have a look and see if he decides to head into the water here. Solly, now I'm completely fine, I'm completely comfortable here. You can see the buffalo are quite comfortable with me as well. I am in the vehicle. They're completely comfortable with the vehicle being here, with me being inside the vehicle. So this is a completely safe situation. Look at this little calf that we've got here. Cute little thing. Going back to mom. Beautiful set of horns on this bull. Look at that. It doesn't get much better than that. Yo, he is a beauty. Thick horns. genetic stock of who you want to be mating with, everybody. I do apologize for the wind, everybody. I'm sure that you can hear it. It is starting to get a little gusty. Alright, I'm going to stick with these buffalo. I think for now let's take you across to Cedric, who's got some playful elephants.
And as you can see, we've got elephant calves that is absolutely having a party in the waterhole, chasing each other around here, and they are just so adorable. You can see the two little ones there, just rolling around in the water and loving it so much. So yes, now all of a sudden elephants have decided to join us all over the show. So there's just more elephants coming now. So yeah, it looks like it's just it's amazing how it worked. Quiet until the first one arrived. Once that first one came, then it just they just kept on coming. So almost like they said, okay guys, let's all meet up. All have a little bit of a conference here. But look at that. That one is having so much fun. He's wet all over the show, I think. He's like, no. Come on guys, you're going to have as much fun as me. Yep, he's definitely the crazy one of the family. Oh man, isn't that adorable? Oof, almost bumped heads there. I love it when they go so low, going down, trying to maybe drink a little bit while they're there, but also try and get their bodies nice and wet. I can watch youngsters all day long. They are just amazing. Look at that, flaring the ears, trying to act big. Sometimes those ears are just too big for their bodies. Oh, Jeremiah, definitely. I mean, that's why it's called Klo Dam. So Klo, of course, the local language means elephant. So that's exactly. I wonder why they called it Klo Dam. But yeah, no, there's so much. And getting into the mud, they are loving. That is like so perfect for them. They love it. Elephants absolutely love it. Once they can cake their bodies full of mud and get nice and wet, that is definitely a perfect day for them. As I said, I can just see now all of a sudden that the day has warmed up and that's exactly what they wanted to do. But look at these ones, are like full of energy. They just want to get through. That is what. Come on, you can. You're getting a little bit stuck there. No, there we go. Almost out. You're out.
The Wild Show has aired. The curtain has begun descending. But wait, you didn't catch all the episodes live. We are proud to announce that all 24 episodes of The Wild Show are available on the app.
Can we stop there, please? Because
watch out for The Wild Show Carousel, only on the app.
Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
course, they're all going to try and get in on the action here at that pipe. Of course, not the young ones. I think those two small ones are very small, so I think for them, they don't want to drop down there because they are going to be amongst a lot of big feet. So I think they'll just stay away and avoid that area for now. Here's a little one that's trying to get in. Look there. Hey, he's trying. He wants to. He's got his tongue stretched in. Whoa, he's slipping in. Well done. Oh, now he's going to be playing with the big ones. Oh, good luck. Don't know how you're going to get out. If you struggle to get in like that, well, getting out is going to be the next obstacle for that youngster. But he's definitely first going to have fun. Yep, he's definitely going to have fun. As you can see, he's starting to roll there. We've got another youngster that's just busy drinking. So yeah, elephants all around us again. Well, here at Clodagh once again this afternoon or this morning. And you can see not even using his trunk, just putting his entire face in. And the easiest way for him to drink, or she. Jackie darling, yes, definitely. I'm glad this is your happy place. I love Clodagh. I love this moment with these elephants. It's so funny. It's so hilarious with some of their ways of, going about their things here. So I absolutely love this dam. Yeah, you got out, buddy. You got out. Don't slip in. Oh, no. Yep, there we go. There we go. Get away from the side. Yes. It feels like me some days when I'm like picking something up from the ground. Oh no, he wants to go in there. I think he wants to join his friend there. That's right. Where is his? These little ones want to go in, but they're thinking twice about it. You can imagine it's playtime it's a happy time for the older ones. You can imagine for the young ones, it's totally happy and playtime for them. And it's also all the excitement of meeting other herd members, a bit of greeting between each other. You can see always under a watchful eye with one of the adults with those youngsters, always putting sometimes a trunk around those young ones, just keeping them close and safe. So around here in Madikwe, it's on this 80,000 hectare reserve, I reckon there's around about 1,600 elephants. So that's quite a few elephants for this reserve. And I think a lot of them do come down to these beautiful waterholes during the daytime like this one now. And especially this waterhole. I think this one is a huge attraction. Of course, the clean water, and of course, second of all, there's not many other waterholes in the vicinity, so it's a perfect thing. Elephants are very much reliant on water. And the two bulls that's busy giving each other a bit of then. Sorry about the, I think the pole might just be in the way. I might just have to reverse a bit. I'm just going to reverse a little bit. Just want to get this pole out the way. Oh, sorry guys. Sorry. There you go. There you go. It was a nice big elephant, a big bull that's standing on the wall. Yeah, a bit of playtime between the two males. Now yes, now they go behind the pole again. Rushan, yes, this definitely tickles my soul as well. Just watching these elephants and in their glory at the moment. Look, that little one is just, he's like, oh, I'm going to just do a little bit of climbing on one of my family members, yeah. Isn't that adorable? Oh, yeah, no, that's going to do right on top. I'm mountaineering here. As I say, elephants are so calm with one another, so relaxed, so patient. Absolutely love it. Well, we're just going to sit here and just enjoy the noises of these elephants and maybe hear them trumpeting and rumbling around here. Yeah, well, look, if you have just joined us now on Escape to Nature, good afternoon or good morning, or wherever you are watching, thank you for joining us on our Escape to Nature. If you are enjoying the live drive and want to help Wild Earth continue to connect humanity with nature, on the YouTube chat right now, you can click on the super chat or the super sticker, or you can head over to our website, our Wild Earth website at wildearth.tv, and just click on the donate button, and you can take a look further from there. But yep, good afternoon. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera here with me is Igor, and we are coming to you from Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwestern side of South Africa. And we've had a fantastic escape to nature so far this morning. Of course, we've got Ralph Nick down at Kariga, and he had beautiful buffaloes as well that approached him, which was very nice. And of course, we've got Trishala that's on dam cam, and she's had some amazing general game as well this morning. So yes, thank you for joining us. As you can see, it is a live and an interactive show. So if you want to send any questions and comments through, please do so. If you are watching on our Wild Earth website or our Wild Earth app, make sure that you do register so you can send those questions and comments through. Or if you are watching on our YouTube channel, make sure that you click on the subscribe button, and you will pretty much get an update on all our Wild Earth shows. But yes, what a way to sit here at Tlo Dam in Madikwe. Once again, as always, elephants, elephants, elephants. It did start off a little bit slow here at Tlo Dam. We didn't have too much. We had a few nice birding IDs around here. But of course, all of a sudden, we have been joined by some nice herds of elephants, some big males, and definitely a lot of these elephants are, you can see, all keeping still there, maybe picking up on some other elephants that's communicating somewhere. It's amazing how they all just stand still at one moment. Of course, all here at this little pipe that's pretty much got nice clean water, so a lot of them are taking the advantage of drinking that clean water that's coming out of the pipe itself. All waiting their turn. But, well, some of them are waiting their turn. They are just spraying themselves with full of mud and water. Of course, keeping them a bit cool for the morning or for the day. Slowly but surely the weather is changing. It is starting to heat up. This morning was a little bit brisky. Honey badger, yes, but it is amazing how they can actually, the newborn calves reaching up to mom's teats and feed. But they stretch. But what happens sometimes that the female will actually push that front left or front right foot forward, and when they do it, you'll actually see it almost like it's almost like hydraulics, like those hydraulic cars that like got this funny hydraulic suspension. So almost like lowers and kind of get the ride height a little bit higher, and when they do stretch out those front or left front leg or the right front leg, it actually kind of lowers the teat. But you must remember the elephant as well, when it's born, it's about 100 kilograms, a little calf, so it'll reach, but they can sometimes just reach. Definitely they would not kind of adapted to go thirsty at such a young age. I'm sure that they would have definitely been at the right height. But I love it when they do suckle, how they throw their little trunk back, and of course suckle from the teeth then. Oh, this one is just investigating a lot of the smells around. What's that? Milk bar is open. Come on, Mom. Put that front left foot forward. It's JD. I'm not too sure on the question, but there's not many cuts on the elephant. Their skins are just so rough and so tough. Trust me, that is almost 20 inches thick. So 20-inch skin, that's very thick. So for them to get any cuts in that, it's going to take a lot. So, I mean, I hardly ever see an elephant with a cut on them, on their body. Never. So, yeah, so it's not going to impact them at all. It might be 20 mils, sorry, my bad. I think it was 20 mils. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking about the wetsuit, yeah. 20 mils, because I usually swim with a 20 mil in Cape Town waters.
Even a 7
I think, oh, well, I'll come from the low felt. I have to. I think I need a 20 mils wetsuit. So I think I need more than that for Cape Town waters. So my Igor, I think he swims with just the board shorts on. But no, definitely I'm not going to go and swim in that cold water with the thin wetsuit. Because I used to do bodyboarding. I did a little bit of bodyboarding when I stayed in Cape Town many moons ago. And had myself a hot-butted bodyboard. Yeah, not bad. Yes. I did a little bit of bodyboarding, and of course I had my little hoodie, my little booties on, and I had like this little hoodie thing, and my wetsuit. And I think I was quite kitted out. And looking at the rest of the people around there at Cape Town, I'm sure like Igor, they would just go there with their board shorts. But no, I couldn't do that. I barely could go in with a wetsuit. I bodyboarded Langebaan. Langebaan, yeah. Misty Cliffs, I remember that. Yes. Sorry, I was thinking about bodyboarding, yeah. About the sea. We're very far from the sea at the moment. Nice big boy this, and see, well, I got a little bit excited not too long ago. Kick that little one forward. It's like trying to push his way past this female. Are you going to get past? Are you going to let me pass? No? Yeah. She can't go any much more forward there, because she's going to go a little bit forward there. She's going to end up in the dam. Oh, there we go. All right. Big bully. Heidi, yes, this, I think, Holly. I think these elephant babies are definitely having a time of their lives around at this dam. I'm loving it. Little warthogs as well, but I think these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 piglets. Oh, they're going to go around the elephant. There's mommies on the dam wall. Of course, they have to have 2 moms, because female warthog will only have 4 piglets. So there's 6, so there must be 2 moms there. Anyway, I don't think they're going to take their chance at this point in time. There's too many big animals around here for them. Unless they're going to the other side of the dam. You'll see the little warthogs running past there now on screen. To the right. Oh. There they go. There they go. Come along, children. Come along. Yeah, you can see the 2 females there. Of course, escorting their little piglets to maybe to have a little bit of a wallow themselves. Oh, you can see, yep, she's got her eye set on a little area now. Oh, looks like the little piglets are deciding where to go. Passing the little flamingo. Hello, flamings. These piglets think they can do what they want. They're like, Mom's like, no, hold on, kids. That's not the right way. Just in case these elephants decide to come our way. There. Looks like they've decided to turn around and off they go. Yep, they have decided not to proceed with the wallowing side of things. Good choice. I love those little tails that's standing up when they're running like that, almost like little aerials. Of course, a good thing for them is they are so short. So, of course, running through these grassy areas and that, of course, just to kind of pinpoint and pick up on each other's location. So it's like a follow me sign. So when they run, they lift those tails up so they know exactly where Mom is. And they can just follow each other that way. And bye-bye. Earthworm Jim, yes, I think so. Earthworm Jim. I'm sure they envy the elephants quite a bit. Thinking, we wish they could be doing that now. Well, they could, but I mean, I don't know why. There's like, the dam is so big. There's so much space on the other side as well. And on the other side, there's nothing. Nothing's happening there. Well, there is. Well, there's 2 zebras down there in the distance. That's about it. But other than that, see, they've got that whole space, that entire space. So yeah, envious, I don't know, maybe to me silly that they did not continue that side. Well, the one is. Earth Lover, I don't know why there's just one flamingo, but apparently, like I was reading up about the greater flamingos, so usually in their breeding time, they will kind of gather up, they'll flock together. And, but out of breeding seasons, they will tend to disperse, maybe by like singly or like in pairs. And, they could be ending up in all different kinds of areas, pans and that around this area. So that's the only reason I can think why it's now by itself. I'm just trying to think now with the breeding time for the greater flamingo. Just want to see. So your breeding time is usually like, they say like November, December, January, February. So November, December, January, February. So that's when they'll find them like in thousands in those big open plains, the pans and that, the salt pans and that. But of course then from March up to October, then they'll be all over the show. Sometimes by themselves, sometimes maybe 2 or 3. I think that's when they can not have all that competition when it comes to food sources and that. But they are beautiful. It's just absolutely, I don't know what it's, I haven't seen it catch anything yet, but so microorganisms, they do eat microorganisms. So what happens is when they pretty much filter through that water, or they filter the water through their beak, and they've got like almost like a sieve, a tongue that's like a sieve. And then, of course, it picks up on all those microorganisms and they can feed on that as well. Yeah, so just thinking, okay, well, if we didn't hear the question, like, of course, Igor just asked, I wonder how many vertebrae does a flamingo have? And, well, we just double checked on that, and can you believe it? They've got 19 elongated cervical vertebrae, a flamingo. That's how many it's in its neck. 19. Wow. Yeah, there's another big elephant as well, coming slowly towards water. What a big boy. Definitely going to go first for a little bit of a drink, closer to, of course, a dead tree that side, before he's going to try and wrestle himself into a position to get some clean water, which I don't think he's going to do too well at this one time, because it's been hogged by a lot of other elephants. So I think he's got a good idea. Very good idea. Rather go by yourself that side. But there's a family of elephants as well to the right of us. We'll go and take a look now, unfortunately. Well, we can try. Yeah, we can try. But they've just been standing here for the last 20 minutes and not even moving. They're just onto the right-hand side of the vehicle. Was that little one trying to get the shade from Mom? Try and stand in her shadow there. Not the easiest. Fortunately, the sun is directly above us because it's midday, so the best thing is to put that youngsters right in the middle of all of them. You can see the ones that's going to try and lie down there now. And try and lie under Mom, just to get us to stay nice and cool. Oh, that's not helping. I don't think it's too comfortable. It's a little bit hard, this the dam wall. I don't think it's going to be the easiest. So many times you'll find elephants taking just those short interval naps like this one now. I think she's decided just to stand there, have maybe like a 15, 20 minute nap. Because the rest of the herd will just pretty much be with her and do the same thing. It's getting windy here now. There's a dust spiral coming towards us now. Like a little tornado. Look at that. It mustn't come this way. Just watch it behind. Oh my word. It's going to go in the water. Maybe like a water sprout. Yeah, it's gone right across. Very windy. But yeah, they're talking about the sleeping and that. So very short intervals and all that. Sometimes they'll try and seek for like a shade area. So many times you'll find them going to sleep and rest under a tree in the shade. And then you'll find the younger ones will actually try and lie down between the older ones to, of course, have that protection from the older ones. And then you'll find the older females and males that's around there, they would sleep standing up. A little bit difficult for the older ones to really lie down, especially with their body weight. It can really do a lot of damage and could be a little bit uncomfortable for the internal organs. But for the younger ones, they're not so heavy, so it's a little bit easier for them. Of course, then she'll decide when it's time to go. Very strange place to catch a snooze. And I've been seeing it here in Madikwe quite a bit at the moment. at some of the bigger trees around the area, especially in the area that we come from the western side of, eastern side of Madikwe. So you'll find a lot of the elephants will take shelter under those trees and rather sleep where there's some shade. Still got this lonely male there's enjoying a good old drink. The big males can drink at least about 70 liters at once. Not like at one time, but like at a sitting. So once they've finished having about 70 liters, then they'll move off, and they're very happy on their water intake for the morning. And they usually have to do it at least like twice a day. So elephants rely a lot on water. If you look in the elephant's dung, there's so much moisture, so much water that comes out of the dung. Got some mud there, yep. I think he's found himself a nice little muddy spot. Under the belly, on the sides, and then on the back. See, it'll flicker just now on his back. On the ears, on the side of the face. As I said earlier, always important to wet those ears. Johnny, I'm sure there must be fish in here. I'm sure there's barbel. There's barbel anywhere. I think there's even barbel on Mars. Because the catfish is everywhere. So I'm sure there must be catfish, barbel. But other than that, I'm not too sure what other fish. Maybe tilapia. Maybe we'll get little tilapias inside here. I think we did see did we see a pike kingfisher? Yeah. No, not there. Yeah, we did see a pike kingfisher, I think, once. So if you see a pike kingfisher, then you know there is fish here. But yeah, that's all I can say. Other than that, I'm not too sure with the fish species in this dam. Unfortunately, I haven't seen anything grabbing fish out. I've seen the herons have been here, the black-headed heron, the grey herons have been here. So, you know, that's the only reason that they're going to be here is if there's fish. It's definitely going to attract them to this dam. Alright, so you can clearly see it's a male. Definitely. Alright, well we're just going to sit in and just keep an eye out and listen to what's happening around here at the dam. Well, that was a lot of urine, that, huh? Sheesh, no wonder they have to drink so much. I wonder how much I urinated there. I think at least maybe a good 3 liters. Maybe even more. Impressive. In many ways. Two. I got the little one that's just digging its face, and we've got like 2 males in the there, right at the back end. They're having a little bit of an argy-bargy moment. And a lot of testosterone that's busy running around there, clearly. Oh, yep, that one is definitely bullying the other one very quickly out. Oh, he's got beautiful sharp tusks, that one. Sheesh. Take it, he's not even letting go. Oh, wait, hold on. It might be a female. What? Oh, he's tapping him. Yeah, look at this. I don't know what's happening yet. And I'm sure the other one's also a male. Was he tapping him there? Yeah, they're both males, yeah. The one is tapping the other one. Well, maybe that's just typical, like a dominance show of things. Just showing that, listen, I'll be on top. But, yo, alright. And I've seen it like that as well. I've seen it with lions, with male lions, with brothers as well. It's a typical, sometimes like you find it like a dominant gesture that they kind of push through to each other. Showing them like, you know, I am a male. I am going to be on top one day. But he's got beautiful tusks. But look at his tusks. Absolutely stunning. Yes. And he's still a young boy. He's not big at all. I'll say maybe like a 30-year-old, 25, 30-year-old. So his tusks are already sitting out there like that. Definitely he's still got many, many years to grow even longer. The 2 boys just playing around in the back end. No, I know that, Max. It's just that it was a young male. So I know that the big males I can actually give you more facts on other stuff, on 18 liters of urine at one go, for sure. But there's also, there's another thing about for 20 liters. But yeah, that's another fact for another day. But yeah, it was a small male, so I thought it looked like 3 to 4 liters from here. Those 2 boys. But it's typical young males now, of course, just a little bit of argy-bargy, just practicing, just, you know, kind of releasing that energy, the testosterone that they've got. And that's exactly why the females do not want them in these herds at that age. Because that's when they start releasing that kind of energy and aggression to the youngsters. They do not enjoy that at all. Thanks, Rishala. Yes, no, definitely playing around. Definitely having a good old argy-bargy, good old kind of, how can I say, game time. Definitely. That's what I love about young male elephants, when they're kind of getting to that age where, it's like, it's play, but they're also learning how to, in case one day they have to start, challenging other males for mating rights and that for females, and then things can get really, really intense. Sorry, that was just an elephant. Those sleepy ones that to the right seems like she still wants to sleep. This little one wants to still. Nap time. He's nice and wet. He's definitely happy. Everything is working out. Oh, don't. I almost thought the other one's gonna do its business on top of that youngster. So that's it for us. Almost we'll have to start heading slowly back east again, all the way back to our campsite. It takes us usually about an hour that side. I'm hoping that we'll find some more interesting things along the road. We'll definitely keep our eyes open for that, but it's always nice just being at Low Dam. Always nice just to see this interaction between these animals, between these elephants, and seeing especially the young calves. With a lot of playtime. Definitely a gold mine, this Low Dam. So if you're ever in Madikwe and you're looking for elephants, come and sit here for the day. You will not be disappointed. It looks like this one's trying to look for something in that mound. What are you doing? Scratching. Yep. All right. Well, I think we're going to slowly but surely make our ways back east, and hopefully we get something on the way. But while we do that, let's head over to Trishala.
Oh wow, Cedric, that was amazing. Cedric was fantastic spending so much time at that dam, and it just kept delivering so much. That was awesome. Here at Okakoyo, still the usual suspects. I had a bit of a look around under our tree there to see if the rhino was still around. But I think I have been kidding myself that it was still there, because I zoomed in really nicely, and even though it was unclear zooming in that much, you could tell the outline of a rhino, even if it is lying down in the shade. But I think I was hoping that it would be there, but it's not, and that's okay. We have plenty more to keep us company. The springbok that are just chilling in the water, that one swimming, well, it's not swimming, but the one that's submerged is particularly entertaining. The springbok are so interesting. Watching the elephants, I was thinking about how much, Cedric's elephants that is, how much joy they seem to express in their own way. Whether it's a smile or what we perceive as a smile, or a little jig when they see the water moving off the trunk and the head, and all of those things, to us they look so joyful. And with many herbivores that are well suited to the arid environments, they're quite used to standing very still. And they stand very still because it uses up less energy. But I think, in a way, it's how they express a bit of joy as well. Like this springbok that's just standing in the water there. I feel it is expressing joy in its own way by standing very still and keeping nice and cool. Now, there are other reasons that animals will hang around in water holes or in water holes if they're not aquatic animals. That is, sometimes if they have an injury, being in the water can really soothe that. Ooh, got tongue-tied there. Especially if there's inflammation. And if you've ever been in dam water or touched dam water, it can be pretty cold. And so if there's a lot of inflammation that's related to heat and swelling, etc., then having some nice cool water to ease that pain is very helpful, and you see it with injured animals quite a bit. But it has to be a safe spot, because if you're injured and then you're going into water and you don't know if it's safe, then you're just asking for trouble. You're already vulnerable because of your injury, and then on top of that, you are in the water. So you can see in this case, and we've talked about it before, it feels super safe for these animals, otherwise they wouldn't have been venturing so much into the middle of the dam, and all those eyes and ears available to alert them to any danger is definitely helpful. But that springbok, I mean, a lot of them were doing it, just kind of cruising to the middle of the dam and chilling. So I think it's more related to heat than it is to injury. Now, elephants, you'll get like really older individuals that will hang around in water for a long time. Sometimes the whole day they'll actually stand at the edge of the water, and that's because, and Cedric touched on this as well, touched on their teeth and how they come out in these sets, and they go through these 6 sets of teeth. So when that last set comes in and it starts to get worn down, the elephant can start to die of malnutrition and starvation. And that's because essentially they've got no more teeth left. So what those older elephants that are experiencing their teeth being worn down and there isn't another set to replace it, they will eat vegetation that's been in and around water, because vegetation that grows in and around water has a lot of water in it, which means that it's a little bit easier to grind down or to smash, even if it is with the last bit of tooth that you have left. But it's much easier than getting grass or leaves that are further away from the water, which would be a little bit more woody and difficult to chew. It's interesting how, I wouldn't go as far as to say that animals treat themselves, because I'm not sure that they knowingly do things as a result of their injury, as in going to seek out something that'll make it better. Oh, hello! I was just going to talk about you again. Isn't this nice? This is just lovely. Oh, this is the best surprise. Elephant surprises are the best surprises. I love elephants so much. So I was just about to tell you, so like, going into water, it's just a kind of coincidence. Oh, I went into the water, it feels kind of nice, I'm going to stick around here, maybe I'll go there again. And I've seen before, an elephant, he had this broken tusk. And if he breaks a tusk, it's the same as you chipping a tooth, and it's painful, especially if you're getting into the nerve. Very, very painful. So he had this chipped tusk, and I only noticed the chip, and I mean it was significant, more like a broken tusk. I only noticed it because he had his mouth over a termite mound, open. So it almost looked like he's chewing on the termite mound. And I thought, that's strange. What could he be doing? And he kind of rested his entire open mouth onto the termite mound. So the tusks are originating imagine where our canine teeth are, but tusks are modified incisors like canines. But they're originating from that. And if you put your whole mouth over something, then maybe it would bring relief. And then I figured out that, or I put it two and two together, termite mounds release warmth. They're about 36, 37 degrees Celsius. And if you put your hand into a termite mound hole, and please don't do that if you're not experienced in the bush. But we have guides have done that, you will feel the temperature difference. And so I wondered if maybe he was getting some kind of relief from the pain by putting his mouth over like that. There are also records of elephants traveling to certain areas where a particular tree grows. I can't remember the name of the tree, but I think it was like might have been in the same family as the syringa. Gosh, I can't remember. But anyway, this tree had been known to induce labor in humans. Anyway, as in traditional medicine. I think it might have been with Indian elephants, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, so this tree was known to induce labor, and so women would sometimes take it towards the end of their pregnancy. And it had been recorded that this group of elephants would go out and seek that exact same plant when it was towards the end of their term, and they were ready to give birth. So, I mean, could be coincidental. How do we know they seeked out that plant especially? So there's a lot of parameters, but I think it's a nice point to think about. And again, speaks to the intelligence of animals in a way that maybe we don't spend enough time kind of researching, because we spend a lot of time kind of figuring out how animals solve puzzles, whether they're self-aware. But things like this matter too, especially since if you see it in isolation, if you just see an animal or an elephant arriving at a tree, that's all that it looks like. So it takes a little bit of deeper observation.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
Oh, more traffic coming down. Oh, the zebra as well. I'm just going to pull us out a little further because I got a little excited by the surprise elephant and I have a good feeling. So move a little bit to the side from the direction the elephant came in. Nothing. That's okay. We'll focus back on our buddy. Now there's not going to be too much mud here. And that's something the elephants really love. Again, as you saw with Cedric, elephants love a good mud bath. But in this waterhole, you're not going to find lots of mud, and that's because the sand is very coarse-grained. So you need very fine-grained sand to be mixed with water to create a good mud. Particularly, you want a nice clayey mud, because clay is nice and fine-grained, silt as well, and that can really easily pile onto an elephant's skin. But here, I mean, it's not going to get much mud at all, which is probably one of the reasons that there's so much algae that can grow in here, because remember, mud or fine-grained sand and sediment can be suspended in the water for a lot longer than the heavier grains that will sink to the bottom. And if there's more sediment in the water, it means that there's less light coming in. So clay, fine sediment, suspends in the water, doesn't allow the light in, so the bacteria, cyanobacteria or algae, can't grow very well because they're photosynthesizers. But in a waterhole like this, where there's coarse grain, that's only really going to get kicked up if animals move it around. And when they do move it around, it falls back down pretty easily. It means that a lot of light is going to be able to penetrate this water. And so the algae is going to be able to grow quite nicely. I feel like these controls don't want to be my friend today. That's okay. I have an elephant friend. Ah, he's starting to spray himself with water. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, there we go. Looks like he's gotten a patch of mud there. Looks like he's digging or pulling away some of the more coarse sediment. Can you see the color? So underneath that, he's managed to find some finer sediment that he can throw on himself. It's still not exactly muddy, but it's still better than nothing, I suppose. Oh, it's great. Now, as you all know, elephants have lots and lots of cracks on their skin. Their skin is very, very wrinkly. And I think it would make up, I mean, obviously, just like the skin is our largest organ, it's the largest organ for an elephant too. And for a big elephant, it can weigh, just the skin, that is, weigh about just under a ton, so just under 1,000 kgs, between 900 and 1,000 kgs. So that's a lot of skin. And they've got to make good use of that large amount of skin, especially since it's the barrier between the external environment and their internal environment. So there's lots and lots of wrinkles on them that we can see, but there's also tons of microscopic ridges as well. And just like the big wrinkles that we see get to trap cool water, mud, air, and keep the elephant cooler for longer, basically between one waterhole and the journey to another, the small microscopic ridges do the same thing. And because those, just like the wrinkles, the inside of the wrinkle or the inside of those microscopic little ridges aren't exposed to the heat in the sun, so the moisture within it doesn't evaporate as easily. And it is obviously very, very effective. Many, many animals can't sweat. So they can't produce a layer of nice wetness on their bodies so that they can cool themselves down through evaporative cooling. But instead they can do that manually by putting water onto themselves. An interesting side note though, mammary glands, sorry, I just got an interesting question, I'll get to it now. Mammary glands and temporal glands are modified sweat glands. Doesn't that make you all warm and fuzzy inside? So milk is produced by a modified sweat gland, and so is the temporin, which is the fluid that comes out of the sides of an elephant's head from its temporal gland. That was Katie. Did Katie have that wonderful question? Amy, you would like to know, how wide do I think its skin is if it's stretched out? Gosh, Amy. I wouldn't be able to tell. You know, maybe about, this doesn't sound very nice, but I reckon it would probably be quite round because they're almost square-like. Or rather quite even as opposed to round. So maybe if it's stretched out, if we think of the height of an elephant, let's put it in an average height of 3 to 4 meters. Let's say 3 meters, average height. And then you have two sides of the body, it's flapping out. So 6 meters across. If it was stretched out, that's a lot of skin. A lot of skin indeed. But also a lot of, you know, actually, Amy, I'm just thinking about your question. Imagine, so that's just the skin as it is. But imagine if we stretched out all of the wrinkles, all of the macro wrinkles, the ones we can see, and those micro ones. Gosh, I have no idea how big it would be then. And all those little ridges and wrinkles create additional surface area. And my brain just went, whoa! I have no idea, Amy, if it was all of that, how much surface area it would actually cover. That would be insane. Gosh, thinking and thinking. Anyway. It seems like everybody has cleared out for this guy to really enjoy himself. A lot of animals do get a little bit nervous when elephants come through. Sometimes though, I think it's, especially for bigger bulls, it's unwarranted. They're usually quite gentle, obviously a little unpredictable when they're in must, but I must say in my personal experience, I found that large older bulls are very, very, very gentle. Cows, remember, are usually quite protective of their calves, other calves, their entire herd, so they can be a little bit, it might be a little bit easier to do something a little bit wrong. Whereas with big bulls, there's not much that's going to irritate them, but at the same time, they can enter must, or during must, they can become quite unpredictable. because they've got a host of sex hormones or androgens coursing through their body. But I find the most problematic elephants are young bulls. So not babies, not calves, but sort of like adolescent bulls. Bulls that are between 13 and 16 or 17 years old. When they're not quite into the adult phase of their life, they've just been kicked out of their herd or are being kicked out and pushed out, and they're just kind of hanging out in the fringes. They can be intense because also they're not really good at figuring out what to do, and so they can continuously mock charge at you and continuously get scared. But the problem is that it's also something you don't want because it can be potentially dangerous. You want to get out of there as soon as possible. So they are the loudest, the most macho, they're full of bravado, have plenty to show off about, but they also get scared very easily. Those ones I find the most problematic. A lot of bark, but not too much bite. I think he is going to stop off and try to get some sand from the area. Are you going to do it? Is there enough fine-grained sand for you to actually be able to throw any onto yourself? Doesn't look like it. Oh man, I was hoping he'd give us a dust bathing show. But it's okay, I think he was very good to us, and we managed to see a lot of that with Cedric. Well, if you've just joined us for Escape to Nature, you're late, but it's okay. Thank you very much for coming on board anyway. We've had a fantastic time. I've been spending most of the time here at Okukuyu, and it's me, Trishala, that's the voice you're hearing. We've had elephants come down, and we've had a black rhino to start off with, and plenty of this wonderful general game as well. Cedric's had the most amazing time in Madikwe. Those elephants were just fantastic, but my favorite part was when this little baby Ellie slipped into that little water hole. Poor thing. It was so careful, and then it just slid all the way down. There was a lot of fun going on in Madikwe. And then, of course, Nick in Kariga, he had some buffalo as well. So it's been fantastic, and I'm glad that you're able to join us for this half an hour. Also remember, we're live and interactive, so send through your questions and your comments. Stunning. We are so lucky that we get to spend this amount of time with animals and see some pretty cool behaviors, interactions, just wonderful sightings. Now, if you've spent lots of time out in the wild, maybe even not in the wild, maybe it's been in your local park, for example. There was a squirrel in my garden recently that was being chased by a bird. Not that I'm speaking about that specifically for what we're looking for, but cool things happen all over the place with wildlife. And we, as Wild Earth, we're looking for unique, jaw-dropping, really beautiful wild animal sightings from all of you. And we'd like to use it across the Wild Earth platforms. And in return, you can earn a bit of cash, you can win prizes, and of course you'll get to see your name in the credits on our Wild Earth TV shows. And you can go to our website and click on Content Creator to find out more about that. I think it's a really, I mean, apart from the fact that it's, really cool to submit your stuff to media company and be able to see your name and the credits and things like that, apart from those cool things, it's really nice to share interesting wildlife behaviors that you've managed to capture. It kind of becomes, at least for me, a kind of a citizen science thing. Because so often these things happen in an ordinary way, on an ordinary day, in an ordinary place. maybe not always a place that's specifically known for their great wildlife sightings. Our Ellie is moving off. He has the typical elephant rhythm. One step, one ear flap. One step, one ear flap. Beautiful. I hope you can't hear the helicopter that is flying very close to my house. But that definitely wouldn't help you escape into nature, as it should. Or as watching this should. Now the elephant is moving off in a similar direction to the other one we had earlier today. Maybe they were part of a similar group. Remember we talked about how they can communicate over really large distances infrasonically. And I mean, sometimes we say that and you just kind of believe it, but it's always nice to know why that happens. And that's because if you think of a very high frequency sound, the sound waves are very close together. It's like hopefully you can imagine what my finger was doing, but the waves are going up and down very, very quickly. And when it goes up and down very, very quickly and it's high pitched, or it's a high frequency, then as soon as it hits something, the energy gets lost. So it could hit a bush and the sound won't travel anymore because it's small and very quick. Low frequency sounds are very long. The waves are very long, and it takes a lot of barrier to stop them. So if the long wave hits a bush, other parts of the wave are going to continue past the bush, and so it doesn't lose energy as much as a high frequency sound. So that's why the infrasonic sound travels a lot further than our normal hearing range or supersonic sounds. Hi Joanne, you'd like to know if I've been to reserves outside of South Africa? No, I have not. Well, not wildlife reserves. I've been to like national parks outside of South Africa, but not for wildlife. And that's something I really need to do. I really want to spend more time in Africa. But also at the same time, those things are expensive, everybody. They are. But I do really want to. My guiding career only started in 2018. So I've still got a lot to do. Before that it was all research science. Biological research science, but still very lab-based. Anyway, let us head over to the Jew camp, have a bit of a look around. So I'm going to tell you something that's going to make you feel a little bad. I mean, I'm sorry I have to do this, but I will feel I'm not sure how I will feel if I don't tell you this, but earlier when we were trying to fix something with the cam. The Talamati breakaways were here. Where? I know. But more often than not, actually, that happens. And it seems like we're still experiencing some difficulty here. That's okay, let's head back to Okakuyo. So it's amazing that we happen to see the sightings that we do, quite honestly, especially things like hunts. Because to be at the right place at the right time like that is incredible. It's amazing. Not only right place, right time, everything else has to be correct too. You have to be looking at the right thing in the right direction. There's just so many variables. And the mere fact that we manage to do that as often as we do is really, really remarkable. And so when we miss sightings, whether it's on the dam cam, whether it's in person, whether we just arrive a little bit late, if we could have just been a few seconds quicker, all those kinds of things, that doesn't bother me at all, because it is absolutely amazing that we make it so perfectly to be at the right spot at the right time so often, that being at the right spot at the wrong time or the wrong spot at the right time is not that big a deal. But anyway, I know that during the sunrise safari you did spend some time with the Talamati breakaways, and maybe this afternoon you will too, since they were on the move.
Thanks to our wonderful Wild Earth explorers, Wild Earth Kids is back. Your monthly subscriptions have allowed us to relaunch Wild Earth Schools on a weekly basis. Wednesday, March 29th will be the first session back, and then after that, every Wednesday for the first hour of the Sunset Safari. Sign your class up for a special virtual field trip to Africa, because touching the lives of the future protectors of our Earth .
Oh, a little bit of a spook. I'd love it when they come to the edge of a waterhole and then there's these tiny gaps, and then zebras come in and fill those gaps. It makes for an excellent photo. but I guess sometimes it can spook them as well. Look, trying to find a parking space. There we go. Slot in. You see a gap on the left there. Nobody's interested in it yet. Look at how quickly everyone's heads picked up there. And just the slightest, even the inkling, the possibility of a disturbance. There we go. Time to find your spot. Having a tough time there. There's a spot further. Okay, slotted in there. Oh gosh, that's what I love when they slot in and then you see the face come forward. And when they're in a situation like this, particularly if there are a few herds coming in and they're tightly packed near a waterhole, you can get quite a bit of aggression. Like Nick mentioned to you much earlier this morning, the zebras don't have territories in the sense of space, in the sense of land, if that makes sense. But their territory is their harem, so that the females are their territory. So where the females go, that's his territory, and no one's going to touch them. So they're very aggressive. And in a time like this, when zebras are tightly packed, that space can be infringed upon, and they can become a little aggressive. Oh, Bundu Basha, you say there's a possibility of rain. When was it? Later tomorrow in Etosha. That would be fantastic. Oh my goodness, can you imagine what could come out? You know, that's the thing about different environmental factors. Rain, drought, light, dark, heat, coolness, all those different environmental factors. Shade, no shade. It just brings out different animals, even different behavior. So that's really exciting. I won't be with you tomorrow. So I hope that you will keep an eye out for that rain. How amazing. Thank you for letting me know, Gundubasha. I'm not sure who will be with you tomorrow, but please be sure to I think it would either be Alex or Lisa. Be sure to let them know. It's hard to tell. I wonder if the cam is shaking quite a bit. I wonder if it's wind. Let's pull this back a little. So as I was saying, they come together in, so easily spooked. When they come together in these kinds of groups and that space on each stallion's harem is a little infringed upon and they get aggressive, those fights can be quite intense and they don't really think twice about nipping the other with their teeth. Sometimes you'll even see in reserves, so sometimes there's, I wouldn't really call them reserves, but kind of like wildlife areas that only have general game, so places that don't have predators. There's a lot of them scattered across the country. They're just kind of little sanctuaries for general game. You'll see that there are lots of zebras that have bits of skin missing, ends of their tails missing, and it's not because of crocs or lions. It's because of other zebras. And especially they can rip skin quite easily, and that's because they've got these canines. So many herbivores will have canine teeth, but they are incisiforms. So what that means is that they are taking the form of incisors, but they are coming out of the spot that canines would. But zebras have proper canine teeth. I mean, they're pointed, they're sharp, and their incisors are pretty dangerous too. When I mean canines, it's not as if they have the canine teeth of a leopard or a baboon, but in terms of canine teeth, in terms of herbivores, it's pretty impressive. It's sharp and it's pointed. Only males generally have those extra teeth, those canines, and they can rip skin. And when that flap falls over, I mean, the skin's got to grow back, and it does. And it kind of looks like a disrupted pattern because the stripes don't quite line up any longer. Now, I haven't seen too many of those stitched up looking zebra here, although I must admit it's very hard to see. But I've seen a few in Kariga, and I mean, generally speaking, at reserves that have predators, you will see it a lot. And that's because injuries or flaps of skin having to grow back and things like that are not always the result of other zebras, but of predators too. I was just giving you the example of places that don't have predators, because that's when you know for sure it's done by other zebras. Take us out a little wider. And I think we can have a little bit of a look around. Anything off to the left? Not quite. Let's see if we can have a good look at this abdomen stalk, because they've been quite difficult to see properly, but this one's quite close to the cam. So it'd be nice if we could get in there. Have a good look at you. I promise these controls don't want to be my friend today. It is the slow zoom, everybody. Okay, well, we can't get a very clear look there, but I tried my best. Of the abdomen stalk. Oh, that is an excellent question. Sibongiseni, you'd like to know, why do herbivores consume more water than carnivores? That is because, okay, let me get us to a nice looking spot. But essentially that's because carnivores are eating meat, and meat is from an animal, and usually the animal is full of blood as well. And so a lot of the moisture requirement can come from the blood in an animal. Not only the blood, but the viscera and everything. It's all just full of, inside the body is just very wet. And so carnivores are getting a majority of their moisture requirement from the animals that they eat. In fact, you could say that they're water independent. They are water independent, in fact, but they will drink readily, especially when they've just eaten. If water is available, you can almost predict that after lions have a kill and they've all eaten, they're going to go down and they're going to have a drink. They don't have to, because they get a lot of their moisture requirement from the blood, viscera, meat that they're consuming. Herbivores, on the other hand, are not always consuming a huge amount of moisture. So obviously in grass there is some moisture. There is some moisture in leaves. And especially early in the morning when dew has settled on those leaves and grasses, that's going to be extra juicy. And a lot of animals will browse and graze at that time to take advantage of the extra moisture that's settled on that vegetation. But it's still not enough. Especially for animals that are not well adapted to very little water, like a buffalo or elephant. They are water dependent totally. And so they need to herbivores in general will be consuming more water than carnivores, because they have no other source of moisture, significant moisture, except for water. Sometimes you'll see that they might eat melons or fruits that are higher in their water content, but still not sufficient, and they're not eating them regularly because fruits are seasonal. And also remember that vegetation has those structural bits I was telling you about, lignin and cellulose, the parts that are really difficult to digest. That's like fiber and roughage. And so if you just think about those words, it feels like you want a glass of water with it. And it's absolutely true, because it is fibrous, and a lot of the time there are chemicals, defensive chemicals in plants, and not chemicals in grass, or not always chemicals in grass, but there are defensive components like those phytoliths, which are these tiny bits of silica in grass to deter herbivores from overgrazing, or tannins and terpenes that are in leaves that are chemicals to disrupt extensive feeding behavior from herbivores. So all those things can be very I don't know, just even describing that says makes me want to have a glass of water. There's a lot going on, and it'd be nice if they could have some water to help it along. So herbivores don't get a lot of water from what they're consuming, while carnivores do. Jack, hi Jack, you say thank you so much for Escape to Nature today. Well, thank you all for joining us. It has been so lovely. Nick, Cedric, and I have really had a wonderful time. We've been looking at so many wonderful animals and behaviors and having a bit of a laugh. I mean, who knew that Cedric wore a 20mm wetsuit in Cape Town? You know, there's so much relevant information, so much irrelevant information, and just a whole lot of fun. So thank you all for joining us and escaping into nature with us. It has been truly wonderful. Thank you so much for your questions and your comments. I do love it when we have really intelligent discussions about the beauty and wildlife that we get to experience with you. So thank you, everybody. I hope I'll see you again soon. Bye for now.